across Benin or across the continent. We are happy to have you here this morning for this induction. We are delighted to welcome our fellows, our mentors, resource persons coming from not only Africa, but also across the world. For those of you who have joined AFRIAK for the 2026 induction, congratulations again for your selection. You are chosen from a highly competitive pool of applicants. And I think it's a really great pleasure for Codesria to welcome you today, to get to know you, and you get to know the AFRIAK family. So over the next few days, the induction is intended to do much more than introduce you to the program. It marks the beginning of a journey, a shared intellectual journey, and it's an opportunity to meet the people who will work with you throughout the fellowship, to engage with the ideas that underpin AFRIAK, and to begin building the relationships that will shape your research over the coming months. Throughout the week, this week and next week, we hope to create a space for dialogue, curiosity, learning, and we encourage you to ask questions. Many questions, challenge assumptions, learn from one another, and take advantage of the diversity of experience gathered in this room. AFRIAK is built on the belief that meaningful knowledge emerges from collaboration. Collaboration between generations, collaboration between disciplines, collaboration between universities and communities, but importantly, collaboration between ways of knowing and ways of learning. So it is therefore fitting that we begin by hearing from people who have known or who have been at the beginning of AFRIAK, okay, at the inception of the program, and whose vision and leadership have helped AFRIAK take shape and become what it is today. So please, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Murunga, who is the Executive Secretary of Codesria, to deliver the opening remarks and to welcome us all in this room. Please let us welcome Dr. Murunga.
Thank you very much, Ayemi, for the intro. My name is Godwin Murunga. I'm the Executive Secretary of Codesria. I'm not too sure that I am the brain behind the program that you've been invited to, but I am not one to shy away from being given a contribution I have made that I'm not too sure that I've made. So thank you very much for that. Good morning, everyone. How many of you are on social media? How many of you are on Twitter? How many of you are on Facebook, Instagram? And there are many other things that have come recently that my age doesn't allow me to be on. I need you to take a selfie with your neighbor. I need you to take a selfie with your neighbor. Basiru, where's the hashtag? I need you to take a selfie with your neighbor. I am hoping that that neighbor, you haven't met him or her before. Eh? Now, once you take the selfie, I need you to post, to upload. Me and Ayemi are taking one. I need you to post that selfie. Use the hashtag there. and please tag at Codesria. We want to announce the world that we are here and we have no apologies. Huh? Let the world know that we are here and we are not apologizing for being here. And I'm going to be patient until all of you have posted, because I have asked someone to check. Huh? Feel free to take 2 or 3. The world has to know that we are here, and the government of the Republic of Benin is welcoming us. Codesria is welcoming us. We are welcoming ourselves if Codesria doesn't welcome us, and we have no apologies. Okay? And we are just a number of happy Africans, most of us under 35, most of us female, and we have no apologies. We have no apologies. Anybody who has a problem, let them wait for us somewhere else. We'll have that conversation after we are done in the next 2 weeks. Okay? Are we done? Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much for indulging me on that very exercise. And it's actually an exercise that reflects what's increasingly becoming the tradition for AFRIAK, the African Fellowship for Research in Indigenous and Alternative Knowledges, which is a program that you constitute the second cohort. The first cohort just concluded the mandatory 7 months of program work. Of course, they will extend their work by another few months. And we are happy to be able to welcome you to Cotonou, Benin. The first cohort, as you can imagine, was in Kigali last year around this time. And we feel very happy and proud that you accepted and responded to our invitation, the call for applications, and that you took your time out of the certain very busy schedules that you have to apply to AFRIAK in the second cohort. We don't take that for granted. We don't take it as a right that as Codesria we have over your time. We actually treat that as an enormous privilege to the council. So welcome to Cotonou, and I hope that we are going to have an excellent 2 weeks of engagement with you. I also hope that in your own travel up to this city and in everything that has happened since you arrived, everything has been well. And that the energy that I saw yesterday in the afternoon when most of you are coming in is the energy we are going to keep, not just for this week, but also for next week. The previous cohort, for those of us who are above 35, the previous cohort was an interesting learning moment. It was, of course, an induction with rigorous academic presentations, actually not academic, I think intellectual presentations, and there's a difference in that. We danced. The chief provocateur around dancing is Lucy Mandela, whom you are going to meet. And there were a number of fellows who are choir leaders. So we're going to do a bit of dancing when you feel like. We will do a bit of singing when you feel like. We will do a bit of storytelling when you want. We're going to do a bit of poetry. So I just walk around and pick someone and say a bit of poetry is good, and then you start. It's going to be nothing rehearsed. And we just want to try and see if we can make this a moment for us to create something that is authentically ours, that is authentically African, which is why we don't have apologies. I also hope that you are excited to be not just in Benin, but to be at Codesria. How many of you have been involved in a Codesria program before? And I'm not asking the mentors and the EC members and all that. How many of you have been in a Codesria program before for the fellows? None. That's excellent news. That's excellent news. In the first cohort of AFRIAK, 0 persons had been with Codesria before, which is why this welcome is actually very important. So I'll take time to talk about Codesria at some point, but I just want to extend my word of gratitude, not just to the fellows, but to members of the Codesria Executive Committee whom I know are here. Can I just request you to stand up so that we can see you? There are members of the Codesria Executive Committee who are here, please. Thank you. Don't sit, please. The president of the council was here with us, but she has to take a flight back to Uganda, so she certainly is not here. But I have Professor Moshid. Please raise your hand. That's Professor Moshid from Morocco. He's the vice president of Codesria. And then without necessarily using any line, Professor Oloale Isaac is there. He's from Ibadan University, Nigeria. Dr. Mshai Mwangola is right here. Mshai will feature in your program quite a bit because she's also a mentor on the program. I can allow these ones to sit and then I move to the radical left. Khadija is right there from Algeria. Jack Shibaba. Jack will feature a lot in your program because he's also a mentor on the program from the University of Kinshasa. And then finally, Therese Azeng from Betoa. She used to be my very good friend when she was in Yaoundé, but since she moved to Betoa, I am not too sure about our friendship. Thank you very much. You can sit down. It was important that I introduce them to you because under normal circumstances, we don't have our academic programs running when the EC members are there. So thank you very much, EC members, for being with us today. We are in Benin because Benin has been a shocker to Codesria, if I'm not saying anything that I planned to say. We are in Benin because Benin has been a shocker to Codesria in relation to the program on indigenous knowledge systems. Every time we advertise and run programs on a whole range of social science, humanities topics, you can always be guaranteed that Nigeria will have the highest number of applicants. Always. When you don't see Nigeria as number one, you get worried. I think you need to clap for Nigeria. And I was just thinking to myself, will they cross the border and just walk to... Fortunately, they didn't. And normally, you would find countries like Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Kenya, South Africa showing up in the neighborhood. For the last program, the highest number of applicants other than Nigeria came from Benin. While in the first cohort, Benin was not the second highest in terms of applications. In this cohort, it was the second highest It had the second highest set of applicants to the program. And we are happy to be here. Because that's the reason why we are here, really. We wondered and said, let's go and see what's happening there. So we are here because there obviously seems to be an existing ecosystem of research around the question of indigenous knowledge systems. And it makes sense that when the ecosystem is as vibrant on a thematic issue as it is here, that we honor our loyalty to that particular country. But there is also a history behind the Codesria Benin thing. Because I can tell you that we have been aware for a long time that there is a community of scholarship in this country that is involved in the production of knowledge around indigenous knowledge systems. Okay? Indeed, the legacy of the late Professor Mpola Untonji is one that sounded to us the importance of research on this topic in this country. Because Mpola Untonji, who passed away last year, grew from this community to become one of the leading philosophers that the continent could show to the rest of the world. His two books on this particular topic are, of course, well known. But for Codesria, at least we know that he did publish several books with us that have set the pace in terms of the study of indigenous knowledge. His book, edited and published by Codesria, is titled Endogenous Knowledge, and is translated both in English and French. And I know that it was reprinted particularly for the local community in Benin, and it's available in the bookshops for that purpose. I want to dedicate the second cohort of AFRIAK to the work and memory of the late Professor Mpola Untonji. And as I know he would think, it is not dedicating so that we can repeatedly and endlessly celebrate him. Because I know that the best celebration of a scholar is not in regurgitating what they said. It's in questioning what they said, okay? So this invitation is an invitation for us to begin a journey of reflection on his work, dedicating to the memory of what he produced, but also questioning a lot of what he did in order to advance knowledge. And I thought that before I say anything else, it's important to mention this connection that the late Professor Mpola Untonji shared with us. The late Professor Mpola Untonji was in fact a vice president of Codesria for the period 2022 for the period 2002 to 2005. He was elected vice president to the executive committee of Codesria at the General Assembly in Kampala in 2002, and then he exited the service of the EC in 2005 at the Maputo General Assembly. And I think it's absolutely important that we put that on our mind as we begin this process. I want also to extend a word of gratitude to the MasterCard Foundation. I know that they are not represented here this week. They are having a meeting in Malindi, Kenya, where they will be for the week. But we have scheduled a word of support from the MasterCard Foundation, which will be delivered, I think, next week on Monday in the morning. From the Director, Evidence and Learning Insights, which is one of the programs we are working through, from Eunice Mudengi. But I'm hoping that we are going to have Amanda Kofi, who is the head program evidence, and whom we work with directly. I'm hoping that we are going to have a word from her here on Monday next week. So I just want to proceed by acknowledging their support. The MasterCard Foundation extended a generous grant to Codesria a few years ago to the tune of just slightly over $10 million to support this program for a period of 3 years. In the second cohort, we are having 100 fellows on the program. In the first cohort, we had 150 fellows on the program, and all of them have completed their work, at least for the 7 years that we need them to be active. They completed very well. So they have set a very good, for the 7 months, sorry, not 7 years. For the 7 months, they have completed their, work and actually set a very good pace for you. Now, this second induction workshop obviously grows from the work we did with the first workshop. It's important to mention that later in the week, or maybe sometime next week, we are going to invite about 5 fellows who are in the first cohort to join us and speak to you about their experiences. Ayemi, I can confirm that we haven't given them notes on what to say to this cohort. And we are going to have that reflection with the view of encouraging you to ask as many questions as possible. But I'm also aware that there are a number of colleagues who are in the first cohort in the room. Can I just see if they can stand up, if they are here? Yes. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to have at least 2 others joining us, so just be on standby for that. So the point here is that this program, this induction grows out of the work that we did with the first cohort of AFRIAK fellows. And just like I did in Kigali last year, I want to emphasize that the workshops, the induction workshops, are an opportunity for you, the fellows on the program, to begin an intellectual journey. And this intellectual journey is not just an intellectual journey with Codesria. That is given because we are giving you a chance to do this. It's an intellectual journey with each other. With each other. Because the general challenge for many Africans is that while you can form networks and enjoy the work that you do with fellow citizens of your country, it's hardly easy for you to engage colleagues outside your own countries. Now, you will tell me that social media has resolved that, but it actually hasn't, because the opportunity to come and sit together for 2 weeks, just sharing ideas and doing that, is what this induction is actually meant to do for you. It's an excellent opportunity for you to join an ecosystem of people, intellectuals in particular, who are working in the area of indigenous knowledge. And it's an opportunity for you to begin to expand your horizon. For you to begin to expand your horizon beyond where you were when you applied for the program. So the idea here is to enhance the community of scholarship that you belong to network you in a manner perhaps that you have not had an opportunity to do, and indeed, let's say the word, to grow an epistemic community around the idea of indigenous knowledge. This, if we can achieve even half of it, we will have made a very significant contribution to the work that we expect you to do. We anticipate that you will benefit also from the years of experience that Codesria as an institution brings to you. Founded in 1973, Codesria went through a whole number of challenges, and I think we have even survived midlife crisis. I think we have survived midlife crisis. It's that experience that we want to bring to you. We want you to be able to join a community of knowledge production that Codesria offers in its endless networks, not just around the issue of indigenous knowledge, but on many other thematic issues that the Council has worked on for the last more than 50 years. We are inviting you, not just therefore to celebrate what you have, not just to join what Codesria is giving you, but to also, in the tradition of the point I made around Pola Untonji, we are inviting you into a new cohort that must rethink received knowledge, that must redefine what we know, that must question concepts that we take for granted, that ultimately, I would say, must critique and, if necessary, cause an epistemological break with knowledge, concepts, information that we take for granted too much. And this point is absolutely important for us, because if we're not going to do that, we'll basically be building our understanding of indigenous knowledge on the base of received knowledge, most of the time Western in orientation, most of the time knowledge that questions your own humanity and reduces you to subhuman experiences, reduces you to objects of curiosity, tells you that you cannot trust Africans to produce their own knowledge about their own lives. Because guess what? Africa has a tradition of, Africa does not have a tradition of literacy. We need to puncture those assumptions. And the way to puncture those assumptions in the Codesria tradition is not to constantly complain about what they did to us or what they continue to do to us. It's not useful to me to critique Donald Trump, for instance. Because you need to critique somebody who has a capacity to understand and think and change their mind. If you establish that somebody has absolutely no capacity to do that, you're wasting your time complaining. So when I talk about an epistemological break, I'm inviting you to consider a serious conversation that is based on understanding, but that is inserting your own experiences as people, as Africans, into the discussion. And invite the rest of the world, where they can, to see the worth of having a conversation. To do this, I want to assure you that Codesria is a safe ground to do that work. I need this to sink. Codesria is a safe ground to do this. Remember, I started by saying that we don't want to apologize. Codesria is a safe ground to do this for 2 to 3 reasons that I want to share with you. Number one, we have a tradition that safeguards knowledge in Africa, but also that safeguards your right to authoritatively and legitimately speak about Africa and speak on Africa. When we were drafting this proposal, a question came to us. What right does Codesria have to be writing about indigenous knowledge? And rather than belabor that point, we are African. We're speaking about our experiences. We're seeking to retrieve knowledge that may be buried because of traditions of knowledge that have layered over what our traditions are all about. So yes, Codesria will safeguard your right to authoritatively and legitimately speak about and on Africa. We're not going to debate whether you have agency as Africans to do what you need to do. We're going to take it for granted that we have that agency. We're not going to speak about our capacity for resilience, because that capacity, if you haven't seen it, you slept through the revolution. We're not going to speak about the need to be treated as humans, because we are. And we don't invite a debate about that. We're going to speak about issues that enhance our capacity to feel comfortable in our skins and to feel comfortable in our communities. Apologizing for being African and speaking about our experience, our lived experience, should no longer be a question that we invite debate. And the point I'm making here is that CODESRIA guarantees you that right to say it. I may disagree with what you say, but your right to say it is guaranteed. And that's what the network that we have in CODESRIA is meant to do for you. Number two, we have the network and the convening power to do this. We have the network and we have the convening power to do this. It's not always every day that you have 160 Africans from at least 42 countries sitting in a room like this having their own conversation. It's not always. So we have the network and we have the convening power. I think what my colleagues in AFRIAK did, they asked me to come and boast a bit. And I am happy just to do that. And these networks and convening power rotate around individual intellectuals who have made a significant contribution to knowledge that might not easily be recognized in many other places. For reasons, not because they didn't do excellent work, but because we just live in a world that loves ignorance where Africa is at issue. I mentioned Paula Untonji, whose work is inspirational. I could mention others. The late Valentine Mudimbe, okay? I could mention Suleiman Bashir Jan, the Senegalese philosopher. Next week, we will have Professor Kofi Anyidoho here, the poet from Ghana. I could mention others. Oyeronke Oyomi, the invention of women. I could go even deeper and say Achima Feje, whose groundbreaking work in anthropology in the Inter-Lacustrine region is very significant to the work we do. I could mention the Nigerian scholar Nkiru Nzegu and many others. I could mention Bernard Maguban. But I could also say it's not just the elders. I could mention Simfiwe Sesanti. He's sitting somewhere. We need to see you. Ah, he's right there. Huh? Could mention him. I could mention Priscilla Sentau. She's sitting somewhere. I could mention Tampiteng Monseme. I could also mention Afoloyana Adeshina. And I'm not mentioning them just like that. These are people who are going to be working with you for the short and long term. Pingi Mehwe, where are you? She's there. These are colleagues who have written on this topic, whom we have decided you just don't need to read them. You should engage them. I could have mentioned Jack Shibwabwa, whom I mentioned as a member of the EC. Fatimata, honey, she's right there. Could mention Doyin Aguru, right there. Okay? All of them professors, all of them doing excellent work in their universities, all of them published, all of them waiting for you to engage them. And constantly as you see them this week, and there are many others whom I might not mention, constantly as you see them this week, ask yourself, have I read them? Have I cited them? Or I'm waiting for a dead old white man to cite. I could mention even younger ones. Paul Awoni, right there. Antoinette Damana, right there. I haven't seen Faisal Gaba, who will be joining us. And tomorrow we'll also have the opportunity to speak to Falungom. For those ones of you who are in the first cohort, you will remember the mind-blowing lecture that Falungom made to you last year. I could also mention institutional networks that are represented here from Senegal, from South Africa. We have a hub in Ethiopia. We have a hub in Ghana. We have a hub in Togo. We have a hub in Benin. We have a hub in Kenya. We have a hub in Botswana. These being networked hubs that we will expose you to, and you will engage them for a period of 1 month that is required in your program. So we're providing you networks, and we are providing you with convening power to be able to do the work that you want to do. We have the research infrastructure, and we have the publications infrastructure to be able to review, validate, and present your work to the rest of the world. Something you are going to get from here. We publish journals. There's going to be a presentation on this. We publish books. There's going to be a presentation of this. And guess what? They all come with the relevant necessary authority for name recognition. So you could choose to do Oxford University Press and suffer endlessly before you publish. Or you could come to us in Dakar and we will make you suffer, but you will publish. Because there is a nice distinction which our friend Francis Nyamjo put in play. In academia, you either publish or perish. And Nyamjo flipped it and said, publish and perish anyway. Okay? So we bring the network, we bring the infrastructure, and finally, there is an interdisciplinary orientation to the work that you're going to do. And Codesria is a useful base for you to be able to do this work. This perhaps is the first program in Codesria that has truly, truly expanded the horizons of interdisciplinary work. When your papers were reviewed, the selection committee pointed out that for a social science, humanities council, we were receiving a little too many proposals from the physical and biological sciences. And our response was, that's okay, that's okay. We will teach the people from the physical and biological sciences a bit of the social science and humanities methodology. And this workshop is going to help you, irrespective of your disciplinary orientation, to begin to talk a bit of social science methodology driven by an African-centered logic. You have always to put that there. So that's an important contribution that you are going to have. Also, in relation to questions of networking, we are actively as a council fighting this tired assumption that when you want to do serious intellectual work, you look to the global north. I am sure if I investigate some of you, I'll discover that you first of all went to North America, to Europe and many of those places. Before you discovered it's not a very friendly environment, and now you are finding your route back. And we welcome you. We won't welcome you grudgingly, but we'll make you suffer for prioritizing them over us. Because there is some illogic, I must say, in many Africans trooping to the global north to study Africa. I can understand the historical context for that. I know Zubairu is looking at me. Zubairu is a colleague of ours from Sierra Leone in Canada. Zubairu, I'm not putting you on the spot, but I saw you look at me. there is. So my point is we're welcoming you back, but we need you to join forces to fight the assumption that the best of African knowledge can only be accessed in the global north. And CODESRIA's mandate is to try and create horizontal networking on the continent rather than vertical networking between Africa and the global north. We even forget that there are traditions of the study of Africa in Asia, for instance, in the Middle East, if you want to use that word, in the Arab world, right? We forget that there are those traditions. So our contribution is going to steer you back to Pan-African networking, which is a core focus of CODESRIA. We're going to try and expand your networking across borders on the continent. We're going to invite you to question received wisdom packaged as knowledge. We're going to help project your work to the world of scholarship and to the world of policy and to the communities that deserve to know what you do. If we can achieve 50% of this with you, we will have done our work. Now, the focus on indigenous knowledge has often been contentious, partly because the vocabulary deployed to talk about indigenous knowledge tends to be colonial, tends to be dehumanizing, tends to doubt and categorize knowledge from the continent as other than knowledge. So we chose the vocabulary of indigenous knowledge not to invite a debate with them, but rather to say a simple thing. That in spite of the colonial vocabulary, which we are aware of and we can analyze, and Mafeje helped us dismiss some of these things, in spite of the dehumanizing experience that that vocabulary puts on Africans, at the heart of the definition of what is indigenous to Africa is really simply what we have in our communities that we can use. What we have in our community that we can use. And there are a whole range of things that are in our communities. Medicinal knowledge, medicinal plants, creative ways of performing complex medical wherever without necessarily having to invite yourself into a theater or something. Language, a whole tradition of history carried through stories, carried through proverbs, carried through a whole range of mechanisms that is within our community that we can use. So I'm not inviting you into a debate whether the word makes sense or not. I'm just saying what we have in our communities. Let me conclude by drawing your attention to a report. And Basiru, I hope that this report has been released so you can project at some point the link, and I will invite all of you to click the link and read this report. It is the report, the selection report for the 2026 cohort of AFRIAK. And I want to conclude with this. Because often, those who have not come to CODESRIA for one reason or the other will say, CODESRIA is a club, primarily of men who are Marxist in orientation. They don't like young people, okay? There's a report of the selection. And if you want to see the report of the selection of AFRIAK Fellows for 2025, you will see it on our website. Please just click the link. I think I'm just trying to do enhancing CODESRIA visibility through your clicks, so indulge me. We received a total of 662 applications. There's going to be a play on the word applications and applicants. We received 662 applications. Of these 552, you don't need to write this in the report, just do the clicking. 552 were individual, 110 were group applications. In total, the number of applicants, if you count the number of people who are involved, There are 973 in total. And these 973 come from a total of 42 African countries. Total of 42 African countries. Are we together so far? Of these, 386 were male, 587 were female. You still together? Excellent. There is a logic, however mad it looked when we set out these conditions, there's a logic to it. We decided in setting up the program that this program was going to, at any one point, have more than 70% of the successful applicants being female and the remaining male. There was a logic. And I remember, many of the members here will remember, I say, where will you find the women? Okay? In the first cohort, easily, we had enough female applicants for us to proceed and have the 70% without doing affirmative action. So there's no exercise in affirmative action here, okay? For the men in the room, there's no exercise in affirmative action. In this particular cohort, 482 applications were in English, 178 were in French, none was in Kiswahili, none was in Arabic, and 2 were in Portuguese. After the review process, and the report does outline for you how that review process was conducted, 32 applications rated above 90%. 66 applications rated above 80%. 104 applications rated above 70%. And I don't want to go down the list, but 143 rated above 60%. Remember, we only wanted 100. So you can see that by the time you get to the 80%, you almost have enough applications to select. So for those of you who are here and have been invited to this fellowship, all of you scored above 70%. And those who scored above 70% were 202, representing 161 individual applications and 41 group applications. And those who were above 70% cover 32 African countries, with Nigeria and Benin at the top. Okay? In the final selection that we have done, a total of 73% are female. The remaining are men. I highlight these statistics to make one simple concluding point. You are here by right. You didn't talk to me to select you. I'm sure you didn't talk to my team. You are here by right. Our prayer, our hope is that you will acquit yourself by doing the best that this program is asking of you. Thank you very much.
Prof. Kelbesa, who is there coming from Ethiopia.
You have my sister.
Thing, who's coming from South Africa, University of Johannesburg. My big brother, Prof. Afolayan, from Nigeria, University of Ibadan. And you also have Faisal Garba, who's not here yet, who is coming on Thursday. And so you get the opportunity to meet him on Thursday and Friday and next week. Who's coming from Ghana, but is doing, is a professor at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. And you also have Prof. Mwambari, who is coming from Rwanda, but is teaching at University Catholic of Leuven in Belgium, who is also not here. We encourage you to engage them and talk to them throughout the program. So last but not least, let's talk about the fellows. Who are the fellows in the room? Do you think we have your pictures too? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, we will see. So in case you didn't send us a good picture, prepare to see your face out there. So we have 100 fellow flags of the She couldn't make it yesterday, but she will be here as well. Burundi. Is she in the room? Can we see the fellow from Burundi or not yet? She's not here. Okay. Cameroon. Fellows from Cameroon, welcome. So if your picture is not clear, it's not our fault, okay? We took what you sent to us. Chad. Do we have the fellow from Chad? We should. No, he's not here. Okay, d'accord. He'll be here today. Okay, thank you. Congo. Is Congo in the room? Congo is not in the room? No, not yet. Okay. He's on the way too. Côte d'Ivoire. Welcome to people from Abidjan. DR Congo. 1, 2, okay, welcome. Egypt. We have one fellow from Egypt. Eswatini. The second one is not here yet. Okay. Oh, it's there. Okay. Ethiopia. We have 3 fellows from Ethiopia. And Ghana. So at the end, we'll see which country will get more applause. If it, between Benin and Nigeria. Kenyan. Lesotho. Welcome. Madagascar. 2 fellows from Madagascar. Malawi. Welcome. Mali. 1 fellow from Mali. Are you in? Okay. Mozambique. Is she in the room? Not yet. Namibia. Namibia, I don't see her. Okay. Nigeria. We are in Benin, but we got more noise from Nigeria than Benin. Senegal. Senegal, 4 fellows from Senegal. South Africa. South Sudan. We are so happy to have some of these countries because, as Godwin said earlier, we have some countries usually that are not so much involved in our program. So when we see some countries, we are excited. Sudan is not here yet. He's not in the room, but he's coming. Tanzania. Togo. Uganda. Welcome. Zimbabwe. Last not least, so thank you. This is the AFRIAK ecosystem, okay? And in this AFRIAK ecosystem, as I said, Codesria provide the strategic coordination. The Massacred Foundation enable the program through financial support. The intellectual hubs create the institutional space for learning. The mentors provide intellectual guidance, and the IK keepers contribute to lived knowledge and community perspectives. And then we have you, the fellows, who bring these different forms of knowledge together to research. So together, these actors form an ecosystem that seeks to recent indigenous knowledge within African research while promoting collaborative, reciprocal, socially relevant knowledge production. Thank you. So if I think you have all received the program a few days ago, we just finished the morning session, and it's almost 2 to 3 minutes to 11. It's time to go to the first tea break. We'll have the first tea break, and when we come back from the first tea break, we'll have the opening lecture titled Indigenous Knowledge Systems, Foundation, Concepts, and Contemporary Relevance from Paul Aoni, who is coming from Nigeria. So the tea break will happen where? Just outside. Okay. So when we come back from the tea break, we'll have the first lecture. But before you go, just one last thing. Okay, have a nice break, and we'll meet you in 30 minutes back in this room. Thank you. Please, when you leave your headphone on the chair where you are so that you don't bring it to the break room. Thank you.
Can I encourage everyone to come back? Can I encourage everyone to settle down? Can I?
Good morning. Hey, people, if we're going to start like that, bonjour. Ah, vous voulez, nous parlons en français. Parce que les anglophones ont refusé. Habari ya asubuhi. Kwanza Kiswahili ndio kimeingia vizuri sana. Na tuliwaambia muongee Kiswahili, mutuandikie kwa Kiswahili, hata mtu mmoja hakuandika. Sasa mimi nitaongea kwa Kiswahili. Mnapata utafsiri? Mnaelewa kabisa? I decided I would start in Swahili. Usually I'm just mischievous. Usually I start by singing. But if you hear my voice, there's a story that is told of a mother who used to leave her children, and then she would tell the children, don't open the door, and when I come back, I will sing. And then there was an ogre And that ogre came and sang. And the ogre's voice sounds like my voice right now. So I didn't want to scare you off and think that there was an ogre in the room. I do assure you, before we leave here, we will be singing. But today, we wanted to start you off with an amazing human person speaking to you in a way that would get you engaged and interested. Are we together? Do I continue in English or I go back to Swahili? Because we're talking about our languages, our knowledge. French. Okay. On a dit, nous continuons en français. Okay, then I'm hearing, we can't even make up our minds. Okay, let me stick with the least popular language, because we want those of you who feel like you are the only ones in the room for your country, you're not popular. In the same way that I will start with the least popular language, feel welcome. And without saying much more, what we wanted to do was start a conversation. I'm going to say it's a conversation. It's down in your programs as a keynote lecture. As you will find, you will not just be sitting and listening. And I want to warn you ahead that I need you to be participating. So wave at me. That's our agreement, so that's the only way I will let the amazing person in front of you come forward. I am absolutely thrilled not only to be meeting him for the first time in person. I followed his work. I looked him up. How many of you looked up the Codesria Gender Institute online? My friends, you are part of our community, aren't you? And not one of you looked up to see what was going on before you came. Oh dear. Oh dear. If you go and look up the Codesria Gender Institute, does anybody know what the theme this year was? It was just last month. Oh, one person does. Shout out the theme for me. En français ou en anglais? Oui?
Bonjour tout le monde. Je salue l'initiative et je remercie Codecia. Je suis Bintadia, sénégalaise. J'étais lauréate de l'Institut de cette année. Je faisais partie des lauréates. Et le thème portait sur les femmes productrices de savoir autochtone. Merci.
Merci bien, félicitations. So Godwin, we actually have a laureate sitting right amongst us from the Codesria Gender Institute. And this year it was on gender and indigenous knowledge, women as knowledge bearers. Does this sound like something you would be interested in? Yes. So our speaker this morning was one of our resource persons. The other reason I'm really excited about him is that he works like I do at the crossroads of the academy, activism and advocacy, and also in terms of artistry. We have agreed that even though he claims he is not an artist, because he sings like all of us, we might see a bit of that in the next 2 weeks. He comes to us from Obafemi Awolowo University, where he is a senior research fellow at the Center for Gender and Social Policy Studies. He is passionate, and I mean passionate, about gender equality, social justice, and epistemic justice. Are we also, does he have people here who are feeling him? Right. His work sits at the crossroads of gender, water resource management, and climate change, and is especially invested in working in rural areas. He is a champion for indigenous knowledge, but indigenous knowledge that comes not as a relic of the past, but is very much of our present and future. He is invested in thinking about how we intersect this area of indigenous knowledge, contemporary scientific innovation, to forge sustainable solutions for today. He is invested in influencing policy so that the work that we do as researchers is informing what actually impacts ordinary people in their everyday life. As I said, he's an activist and an advocate. He moves from the classroom into the communities, and he especially is committed to giving back to communities by putting his expertise at their disposal through training programs. In other words, he is very much the kind of person that if you already are not, we are hoping you will turn into by the end of your time with us. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our first speaker, Paul Awani.
All right. Is that all you can do for her, not for me? Okay, so everything she has read is not that serious. Yeah, so don't take it too seriously. Like Godwin said, I'm just like you. And please note that we are still in the same age bracket for other fellows. So feel free to call me Paul. Okay? Nothing attached to it, you know, and just Paul. Anywhere you see me, don't worry, just call me Paul. And so this morning we want to go straight to we want to go straight to look at indigenous knowledge system in Africa. Why I need to start my first lecture this way is simply because a lot of us are from various backgrounds, and I think it's important we start this way. So what we're going to be doing first is to introduce ourselves to what indigenous knowledge system is, and to let you know as fellows that this is conceptual, this is philosophical, and this is a practical foundation for indigenous knowledge system in Africa. One of the things we're going to be looking at again today is to try to examine indigenous knowledge as a dynamic and evolving system of knowledge production, governance, innovation, problem solving, rather than something that is static and the tradition of folklore. You know, one of the things I want to do now is to situate this knowledge within the contemporary debate on development, decolonization, sustainability, and research. And so at the end of the day, this will give you a practical conceptual tools that underpins everything we're going to be doing all through the rest of our discussion. This lecture lays the intellectual foundation for the fellowship. Before we start discussing methodologies and policies, innovation or development, I think we need to first ask ourselves some fundamental question. What is indigenous knowledge, and why should it matter to you and to me, especially in contemporary African research? When we look over the last few years away from now, before this time, we found out that African scholarship has often been framed through theories and concepts and research traditions that are developed elsewhere, especially in the global north. And I think what AFRIAK is trying to do to us in this room is to make an important shift. And this shift is to challenge us to start to recognize and to see indigenous knowledge from a different perspective completely. Not just as something as object of curiosity, but as a legitimate system of knowledge production. And this knowledge production is actually capable of informing research, innovation, governance, and environmental sustainability, or wherever you are working from. And so through this lecture, I encourage you to think about your own research. Ask yourself not only what knowledge you are studying, but whose knowledge counts? Who defines the knowledge? Who benefits from it? And how your own research can contribute more equitable knowledge production. Thank you. AFRIAK reflects a growing recognition that many of the Africa's most pressing development challenges cannot be addressed solely through imported knowledge system. And so across the continent where we find ourselves, we see communities continue to generate knowledge that is actually very, very sophisticated, maybe in agriculture, in biodiversity, in conflict resolution, in public health, in climate adaptation, and all the likes. And historically, we found out that all of these knowledge systems have often been excluded from education, from the formal education, from research institutions, and from policy making. And that's why the work of Pauline Otondi reminds us of something, that Africa is often most of the time served as a place where raw empirical data are fetched from, are collected, or are supplied, rather than just an authority or a place where theory and authority is produced. And so AFRIAK, what we are doing today is trying to provide a reverse to this pattern by supporting research that is intellectually grounded in this context, in the African reality, and this research will be such that is capable of producing knowledge that serves the African community. And so by the end of today, you should be able to have shared a conceptual language for discussing indigenous knowledge system. I know a lot of us will put in our proposal, our papers, and we don't really understand the concept of indigenous knowledge. And because you want your paper to go through or to pass through, you just put it in one of those lines, in one of those statements, indigenous knowledge. So at the end of the lecture, one of my objectives is so that you have a shared conceptual language for discussing indigenous knowledge system, regardless of your discipline, regardless of your background. Maybe you are coming from agriculture, from medicine, from education, from governance, from linguistics, from environmental studies. Maybe you are coming from gender like myself, or from digital technology. This foundational concept will remain very, very relevant. And so very importantly, this lecture wants to challenge several common misconceptions. Indigenous knowledge is frequently portrayed as old, static, localized, opposed to science. And sometimes, if you are from the place I came from, it is often regarded as something that is traditional. Maybe it's, the recent terms they use for me now is, are you joining the Babalawos? Because I'm beginning to do more of, in Yoruba, I will say it in English, we'll call it Tewe Tebu. The Yoruba speakers will understand what I just said. That means you're beginning to study the leaves and how the leaves and the herbs are helping in development, So I'm beginning to have a different names for myself. So that's one of the things we're going to be seeing. We're going to be dealing with those misconceptions about indigenous knowledge. Whose cognitive baseline holds priority inside African institutions, and what really counts as scientific knowledge? All right, so we want to look at exactly. But before going into the definition of IKS, which I'll be calling in short, it is important we distinguish between a few terms like information, knowledge, and wisdom.
These are terms that are often used interchangeably and but represent different levels of understanding. Now, information consists of isolated facts and observation. For example, a farmer may observe that rainfall has declined over several years. Now, this knowledge emerged when repeated observations are interpreted through experiences. It is the capacity to make sound judgments. I'm talking about wisdom, because wisdom is a step further from knowledge. Is the capacity to make sound judgment by integrating knowledge with ethics, with values, with long-term community well-being. And so altogether, indigenous knowledge system operate primarily on the level of knowledge and wisdom, rather than just information. So communities do not simply accumulate facts, those information, but they have the ability to interpret observation collectively, validate them over generations, and apply them in ways that both the people and ecosystem can benefit from it. Now, there are some very important characteristics about indigenous knowledge that we must look at. There are several characteristics that distinguishes indigenous knowledge from simplistic portrayals often found in the mainstream literature. The first thing you can see on the slide there is indigenous knowledge is experiential because it emerges through continuous interactions with people, with place, and ecosystem, rather than just something that is abstract or theories alone. And secondly, on the slide there, you see that indigenous knowledge is something that is collective. It's collective with knowledge, often produced and refined through communities rather than just individual experts. And thirdly, you see that it is something very contextual, that is, respond to specific ecological, cultural, and historical reality. Practices that work in Sahel may not be appropriate in the Congo Basin or in Southern Africa. And so it is very, very contextual. It is also equally important to note that indigenous knowledge is very, very dynamic and adaptive. And so community constantly modify farming techniques, water management strategies, medicinal practices, livelihood systems in response to climate change, demographic shift, technological development, and market transformation. And so this adaptive capacity explains why many indigenous knowledge systems have remained relevant over the centuries. And finally, indigenous knowledge is deeply ethical and relational. And so what indigenous knowledge is not? One of the greatest challenges facing IKS or IK, especially in research, is overcoming persistent misconceptions. That is a major challenge around indigenous knowledge. Ability to overcome the persistent misconceptions around it. This has continued to influence academic discourse and public policies. Now, indigenous knowledge, 1 minute, I've jumped to your class activity. Now, indigenous knowledge is not a relic of the past, waiting to be preserved in the museums. Neither is it inherently in anti-science or anti-modern or resistant to technological innovation. Please note all of that. Indigenous knowledge is not something in the past. It is not anti-science. It is not something that is preserved in the museum. It is it is not something inherently anti-science or anti-modern or resistant to technological innovation. Because when we look at communities around the continent, communities have all over the years integrated new technologies while maintaining indigenous principles of environmental management, of health, governance, or social organization. Sorry, the technical will fix that while I continue. So similarly, indigenous knowledge should not be romanticized as perfect or universally beneficial. Like every knowledge system, it contains internal debates, contestations, and inequalities, and we have our own limitations. All right. Sorry, whose phone is this? It's ringing? Okay. So some practices may reinforce gender inequalities or exclude particular social groups, while others may require adaptations of contemporary reality. And so critical scholarship therefore requires that you as a researcher to be able to analyze indigenous knowledge with both respect and intellectual rigor. Researchers frequently use these concepts interchangeably, yet they refer to different things, though often overlapping forms of knowledge. I'm talking about there's traditional knowledge, there's local knowledge. Traditional knowledge generally emphasizes the inherited cultural practices, maybe passed across generation, while the local knowledge refers more broadly to place-specific knowledge developed by people living within particular environment, whether they are indigenous or not. Then we have something also called the indigenous knowledge. I've mentioned the traditional knowledge, the local knowledge. Now there's something called the indigenous knowledge. This is actually embedded within the historical continuity, cultural identity, institutions, governance systems, and collective world views of indigenous or long-established community. And so there's also something we call the scientific knowledge. By contrast, and this typically relies on formal experimentation, systemic observation, hypothesis testing, like you are familiar with all of that, and peer review. But importantly, this distinction should not be interpreted as rigid opposition. And so we've seen that scholars all over the world, even in Africa, are continue to advocate for knowledge co-production, which is the junction we have actually want to situate indigenous knowledge in. Knowledge co-production, where indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge interact to produce more comprehensive solution. Now, one of the most persistent misconceptions about indigenous knowledge, again, is that it is confined to urban medicine or cultural rituals. In reality, indigenous knowledge system virtually intersect or is found in every aspect of social, of economic, of ecological, or technological, or even our political life. And so when we understand this breadth, it's therefore essential, and it will be helpful to broaden the scope of research possibilities that is available to AFRIAK Fellowship. And so across Africa, indigenous knowledge informs agriculture. Is it through seed selection, mixed cropping system? For example, you have in Ethiopia, in Mali, and in Zimbabwe. Is it through water governance, through the Fogara irrigation system of Algeria and the Ketara system of Morocco? Is it through the fish? Is it through the fishery management, through seasonal fishing regulation around Lake Victoria and the Niger Delta? Do you want to talk about the pastoral mobility among the Maasai, the Fulani, and the Afar, the architectural through the Nubian earthen construction in the Sudan and in Egypt? Do you want to talk about the conflict resolution through the Gakaka tradition in Rwanda, the Gada governing system of the Oromo in Ethiopia? And even in the biodiversity conversation through the sacred forest, whether in Ghana, in Benin, or in Nigeria, all of these examples demonstrate that indigenous knowledge is not confined into one discipline. And so whether you are in the climate change adaptation, in economics, in public health, in education, in artificial intelligence, I want you to know that indigenous knowledge offers analytical insight and practical innovation. And so the challenge for you now as fellows and as researchers is to be able to recognize these systems, as organized knowledge rather than isolated cultural practices. Now, at this point, we're going to group ourselves to quickly do something to test how much we know about indigenous knowledge system. And this is the way I'm going to group you. So that you only go to 1, 2, 3. So for the sake of this assignment, because you are fewer, the two of you, please move to join those on that table. Oh, okay, you're there. So you move together. So what you're going to do is, I'm sure you can't read this slide from the far back, but I would say what you are going to do. Oh, they are close by. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. So what you're going to do is you get to, in your group, just flip your chair backwards, turn your chair backwards, look at these people. They'll find a way to interact together. You get to group yourself into this group, and we want to see number one. Because one of the strengths of AFRIAK is to bring people and fellows all together from diverse African countries and disciplines. And this diversity is very important because it provides us an opportunity for mutual learning. And so we're going to I've divided you, and the first question you want to ask yourself is, you want to go? Okay, while you're in the group, you want to identify one indigenous or alternative knowledge system from your own context. Identify one indigenous or alternative knowledge system from your own context or from any African context, just within your group. In the next 5 minutes, then I will randomly just call 1 or 2 persons to talk back to the room. Very simple. Okay, tables, walk in the next 5 minutes, turn around. Walk in the next 5 minutes, turn around. All right, walk in the next 5 minutes. Yes, the first 3 tables. Yes, it's going to be a little difficult, but try your best. Walk in the next 5 minutes. Yes, that's another table, table 2. That's in the next 5 minutes. Just walk, identify one indigenous knowledge system in the African context in your own group. Remember, you have only 5 minutes of my time. Just one. Just one. So when you identify, you don't just want to explain it, or you don't just want to describe it. You want to actually explain how this knowledge is produced, how that knowledge is validated, how that knowledge is transmitted and applied within the community. So you identify one indigenous knowledge in the African context. You now tell us how that knowledge is produced, is validated, is transmitted, and applied within the community. You have 3 more minutes. So how the knowledge is produced, validated, transmitted, and applied within the community. All right, so your time is up. Your time is up. So right there from your group, all right, thank you. Thank you very much for that exercise. We can come back to our seats, don't worry. we can always continue that interaction later. Can we all come back to our seats? We can continue with the interaction later. All right, so I'm sure every group, okay, can we stay together now? All right. Can we now stay together? I'm going to call one or two groups to come out and tell us the indigenous knowledge or the alternative knowledge that has been identified in the African context, and how this knowledge is produced, validated, and transmitted, and possibly applied within our various communities. So I'm going to pass the mic.
Okay, the auger is back. The auger is back. Ladies and gentlemen, the auger is back. Please let's settle down. At the count of 10, we are moving on to the next phase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're back to the next phase. Every time we stop, we're going to give you a limited time. When we start counting, when we say 10, we're moving on. Can we agree on that?
Sure, thank you. Now, I'm going to call the first table, the first three table, nominate somebody to come and stay with me here and tell us one indigenous knowledge, alternative knowledge, how the knowledge is applied, how the knowledge is transmitted, how the knowledge is validated. Please just come. Oh, okay. Better still, to save our time, you can just speak. The next person will speak from the mic on your table, please.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis la Joie Kédi de la RDC. Pour la question qui est de savoir comment les savoirs androgènes sont transmis chez nous, nous avons pris l'exemple des feuilles de Nîmes pour les traitements du paludisme ainsi que des maux de ventre. Pour la... C'était quoi l'autre question? Comment elle est produite? Moi, je dirais c'est de façon innée parce que lorsque nous sommes nés, on a trouvé ça dans la nature. Et puis, il y a nos grands-mères qui nous ont... ils ont dit que non, face à un paludisme, on doit soit donner des feuilles de Nîmes, des infusions de Nîmes. Chez nous, on appelle ça Congo Bololo parce que c'est tellement amer. Et comment elle est validée? Bon, une fois, si une personne est malade, il prend l'effet de Nîmes. Lorsqu'il est guéri, il sait déjà que non, je suis déjà guéri. Donc, la personne va directement valider que l'effet de Nîmes traite, par exemple, les paludismes. Et la transmission, ça s'est fait de génération en génération. Je prends mon exemple. Si je suis malade, soit je souffre du paludisme, il y a ma mère qui peut me faire des infusions. Et moi, à mon tour, dès que je vois qu'il y a une personne a les paludismes, je peux lui dire, ah, tu peux faire des infusions, de faire des Nîmes, ça va t'aider, ça va te soulager et puis ça pourra même t'aider à guérir d'autres maladies que tu ne trouves pas. Bon, c'est ce que je peux dire, c'est que nous avons travaillé dans notre groupe.
Thank you so much, Group 1. Thank you. Now, Group 2, a nomination from Group 2. Please speak from your table, please. Use the mic.
Ok, bonjour à tous. Moi, c'est Lolo Constant Alain. Et je suis du Bénin. Et dans notre groupe, on a discuté dans le domaine de la gestion des conflits. Et dans la gestion des conflits, et donc dans la gestion des conflits, c'est ce qui se passe généralement dans nos milieux. Donc, je prends par exemple le cas de les problèmes entre agriculteurs et éleveurs. Donc, pour gérer ça, on écoute généralement les, les personnes, là, les parties prenantes séparément. Genre, on prend par exemple les agriculteurs, on les questionne, qu'est-ce qui a causé le problème et qu'est-ce qui est à la base de ça, qu'est-ce que l'autre partie a pu faire qui les a mis en fait, qui a amené en fait la tension. Et chaque partie va essayer d'exposer le problème. On revient maintenant et on invite les acteurs dans le milieu de toute catégorie. Je prends par exemple les femmes, les chefs, la chefferie traditionnelle, les chefs religieux et tout. Et on revient maintenant, on expose chacun des deux problèmes et on propose des solutions. Et chacun propose des solutions et pour qu'on résolve le problème ensemble. Donc, et qu'est-ce qui a fait que ça a développé? On appelle déjà les...
Thank you. Thank you. The next group, thank you. A round of applause. Thank you. Next group. And let that be the last so we can make some progress.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. I'm Richmond, Arthur from Ghana, and my group discussed about the indigenous healing systems. And so we took a case study like infertility. And so if a woman is suffering from infertility and he goes to a traditional health practitioner, for them in their diagnosis, they will either do an incantation or they will throw cowries. And based on how the cowries will settle, they will find the cause of the infertility. And then as they find the cause of the infertility, they throw cowries again, and the same cowries will tell them which plant can help cure the infertility. And so they use that plant to help the woman who is probably suffering from infertility. And the validation is in the outcome of the treatment. And so if at the end of the day, they are able to, the lady is able to conceive after that procedure, then they validated the process, that the process is good. And in transmission, for instance, if the one who is in the community doing it is getting old, they look for another person who learns the trade, and the leader now hands over the knowledge orally. And so that is how they transmit and hand over the knowledge. Thank you very much.
So we will not go to the other groups. The other group will have an activity to do just in a short moment from now. But one thing you will see from all the presenters is that you'll notice that IKS is contextual. You'll notice that indigenous knowledge systems vary across Africa, across countries in Africa. And you notice that there is a shared important characteristics that make them valuable sources of research, of policy, innovation, and even sustainable development. All right, let's go back to the slide. Now, what is epistemology? Now, this refers to the study of knowledge. How knowledge is produced, how it is validated, how it is organized, transmitted, or recognized as something that is legitimate. Although this concept is originally within the philosophy, however, one of the things we have found that in research, whatever kind of study you are doing, is that every study possesses its own epistemology, because every society develops ways of determining what constitutes as reliable knowledge. The African epistemology are fundamentally relational. So rather than separating people from nature, knowledge from ethics, or individuals from communities, many African knowledge traditions understand this relationship as deeply something that is interconnected. And so knowledge is therefore not simply about processing information, but about sustaining harmonious relationship among people, ancestors, or ecosystems, and even the future generation. And so across our beautiful continent, this relational worldview is something that over time had appeared in different forms. For example, among the Mbutu in Southern Africa, it emphasizes human interconnectedness and mutual responsibility. The Oromo Ingada system in Ethiopia links governance, environmental stewardship, and collective decision-making. Among many Akan communities in Ghana, knowledge is closely associated with communal responsibility and moral accountability. If you move far into the Northern Africa, among the Amazigh, ecological knowledge reflects generations of adaptation to arid environments through collective resource management. So despite all of these diversities across the continent, this tradition shares a common principle. And this principle is the knowledge that has emerged through observation, through participation, through dialogue, through lived experiences, and through collective responsibility. Knowledge creation in our communities. Another very important and common misconception is that indigenous knowledge is inherited unchanged from previous generation. But in reality, IK is continually produced. Like I said when I started, it is evolving through experimentation, through adaptation, and critical reflection. And so communities have continued to observe environmental changes, test new practices, evaluate outcomes collectively, and modify knowledge accordingly. And so in this sense, indigenous knowledge functions much like the scientific inquiry, although the method here is slightly different. Its methods and its institutions actually will be different from what we have in the scientific method. For example, farmers in Ethiopia, in the highlands, continuously experiment with seed varieties in response to changing rainfall pattern. That is IKS. Pastoral communities across Kenya, Niger, and Chad adjust grazing routes as ecosystem is changing. That is indigenous knowledge. Women processors in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, refine their food and preservation. They have their techniques of doing this to improve storage and nutrition. That is also indigenous knowledge. Also, traditional healers among the Southern Africa have been able to adapt medicinal practices as new diseases are emerging, while evaluating treatment effectively through long-term experiences. That also is knowledge creation. And so knowledge creation therefore involves something that is continuous. It's a continuous cycles of observation, experimentation, verification, innovation, and transmission. One of the strengths of indigenous knowledge system is that knowledge is distributed across society rather than concentrated in a single category of experts. There are different individuals who possesses specialized knowledge based on their roles, their experiences, their livelihood, and their social responsibilities. And so we call these people custodians of knowledge. And so consequently, researchers must avoid assuming that only elders and traditional leaders are legitimate knowledge holders. Across Africa, women too possesses specialized knowledge, especially when it's related to seed conservation, food processing, medicinal plants, water management, or maybe household resilience. For example, the pastoralist understands animal behavior, rangeland ecology, and drought adaptation. The fisher folk interpret aquatic ecosystem and seasonal migration pattern. Even the artisan, they develop sophisticated metallurgical weaving and construction techniques. And all of these are knowledge producers and knowledge custodians. And so researchers like you and myself must find a way to identify whose knowledge is relevant to particular research questions and recognize what knowledge is often gendered, generational, and context specific. That is your role as researcher. And one of the works of the author, Linda Tuihai Smith, remind us that decolonizing research actually requires moving beyond allied voices to engaging respectively with the full diversity that we found in our community. Oh, it's gone again. So indigenous knowledge survives because communities have developed sophisticated systems for transmitting knowledge across generations. There's something called the oral tradition. And this is one important mechanism, but it is only one among many. Knowledge is also transmitted through apprenticeships. All right? It's transmitted through observation, through storytelling, through ceremonies, through songs, through proverbs, through rituals, through practical demonstration, or maybe through seasonal application and everyday work. For example, the blacksmith in West Africa traditionally trained apprentices through years of observation and guided practices rather than classroom instructions. And all of these were found across African society. Agricultural challenges are embedded within festivals, maybe songs or communal labor practices, and all of this ensures ecological knowledge is transmitted along cultural identity. Today, all of these mechanisms are evolving. For example, the digital archive, the mobile technologies, the community radio, the indigenous language, documentation, all of these are increasingly becoming new spaces for knowledge transmission. So rather than replacing indigenous knowledge system, these technologies can strengthen them when communities retain ownership and control their own knowledge. So for you as scholars in AFRIAK, this raises an important research question. How can indigenous knowledge be documented and shared without disconnecting it from the community? When I get to research methodology next week, we'll talk more about that. And their relationships, the ethical systems that gives it the meaning. So this question is important because it's going to guide how much of our discussion we're going to be doing during the methodology section. So why does indigenous knowledge system important today? Why does this subject matter? Unfortunately, I can't change the slide. Now, indigenous knowledge is often mistakenly associated with something that exists in the past. But in reality, this is increasingly recognized as a strategic resource for addressing development and challenges. In Africa presently and in various of our community, we can see that we have continued to use IK or indigenous knowledge system to strengthen climate resilience, improve food security, enhance public health, or manage natural resources and resolve conflicts. For example, the pastoral mobility in the Sahel allows communities to adapt to climate variability. Community managed sacred forests in Ghana and in Benin contributed to biodiversity conservations. and also the traditional water harvesting techniques in North Africa and even in the Western Africa, in some part of Nigeria, where I'm doing a lot of my studies, have continued to support rural livelihood and livelihoods in difficult environmental areas. All of these examples illustrate that indigenous knowledge provides practical, local grounded solutions that are often more sustainable, because all of this emerge from a long-term interaction with the specific environment. Now, the Global Development Agenda is increasingly recognizing that sustainable development cannot be achieved without engaging with the locals, without engaging with indigenous knowledge. And so the Sustainable 2030 goal is that the African Union agenda and also the African Union agenda of the 2063, the Convention of Biological Diversity, all of these are intergovernmental science policy platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services. All of these bodies are acknowledging the importance of indigenous knowledge. And so for us as African, it's not something we want to shy away from. If people in the global north are pushing agendas and goals, then you here must also start to find a way to situate your studies and your research around it. And so all of these bodies have acknowledged the importance of indigenous knowledge in environmental governance and in sustainable livelihood. Indigenous knowledge farming systems, especially in Africa, have been able to maintain crop diversity. Indigenous fishing management protects aquatic system, and traditional ecological knowledge strengthen adaptation of climate change. I must quickly say this at this junction. During the last Gender Institute, one of the laureates who is also versed in IKS brought a particular tea after my presentation, and she said she is actually working in that area. You know, normally after the day's activity, you are tired, you are stressed. I took this tea and I felt like walking. I was so refreshed. It's not like the caffeine. You know, the caffeine gave you one kind of unusual energy, right? But this like relaxed my nerves. And so what I'm trying to say is that all of this traditional ecological knowledge strengthens adaptation to climate change. And so this contribution directly supports the goals related to food security, water management, biodiversity conservation, health, and climate action. Because of time, I'm moving a little faster so that we get to the next class work, which is more of a reflection. Then I start to tie up this discussion. And so one of the most productive debates in contemporary scholarship concerns the relationship between indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge. Earlier approaches often treat these systems as competing or mutually exclusive, but that is not true. Increasingly, and however, researchers are beginning to recognize that each offers, as in the indigenous approach and the scientific knowledge, each of these offer their own distinct strengths, and that many complex problems requires dialogues between this identity. For example, the meteorological data can be strengthened by indigenous seasonal indicators used by farming communities, maybe in Kenya, in Tanzania, or in the Niger. Similarly, the biodiversity monitoring can increasingly be combined with satellite technologies with indigenous ecological knowledge that is held by forest-dependent communities, for example, in the Congo Basin. Maybe you want to talk about outbreak of disease. Collaboration between the medical practitioners and the trusted communities, health actors has also improved public health responses in a lot of the African communities. And so this does not mean that every indigenous practice should be accepted uncritically, nor that science should dominate indigenous knowledge. Rather, what we are trying to say is that both systems should be assessed rigorously while respecting their different epistemological foundations. The diversity of indigenous knowledge across Africa also demonstrates that there is no single African knowledge system. There are multiple knowledge traditions across Africa that have shaped different ecological zones, the history, the culture, and the livelihood. I cite a few examples, then we proceed. In Ethiopia especially, farmers have conserved hundreds of indigenous crop varieties that strengthen food security under changing climatic conditions. In Botswana and in Namibia, this community called the San community possesses some exceptional ecological knowledge that contribute to wildlife conservation and biodiversity management. All of these examples remind us that indigenous knowledge is not uniform, but it is context specific. And so for you as a researcher, you should avoid making broad generalizations about African indigenous knowledge. That is too broad. When I come to methodology next week, we'll talk more about that. Instead, you must be rigorous. Your scholarship must be rigorous, and it requires you to understand how knowledge evolves within African context, within particular community, while also identifying that there are broader lessons that can inform regional or continental development. Indigenous knowledge is not disappearing. It is evolving, it is emerging. We have seen young innovators across Africa, researchers, entrepreneurs, and communities who are combining indigenous knowledge with digital technologies, geographic information systems, artificial intelligence, about technologies, all of these to address contemporary challenges. For example, these include digital documentation of indigenous languages in Southern Africa, community-based diversities mapping in Kenya and in Uganda. And all of these are initiatives that are emerging, for example, in renewable energy. You find it also in climate smart agriculture, in disaster risk reduction, in cultural heritage and preservation. All of these developments are unique, and they challenge the false assumption that indigenous knowledge is incompatible with modern innovation. Take a pen, take your paper, and let's do this together. While you're seated, I need you to just reflect for 2 minutes. While you're seated, I need you to reflect on 2 minutes, for two or 3 minutes, and connect this conversation with your own research once again. Connect this conversation with your own research. Now, you need to do this honestly. There's something you're working on. Maybe it was a concept that you wrote to Codestra, to AFRIAK, or maybe you have another study you're working on. I need you to honestly reflect on that study. You are not trying to find a perfect answer, but you are trying to identify one IKS, one indigenous knowledge that is relevant to your field. You want to identify one indigenous knowledge that is relevant to your field. Make sure you do it. Make sure you do what I'm asking you to do, because I will call anybody, I will call any 2 persons randomly in this room to talk back to us, right? So you want to identify, you want to align your research with what we've been talking about, and you want to identify one indigenous knowledge system that is relevant to your field. And after identifying one, you want to consider these three questions. The first question is, what assumptions have I previously held about this knowledge? What assumption have I previously held about indigenous knowledge? You are reflecting personally, but I will call 2 or 3 persons to talk back to us randomly. How might these assumptions influence my research? The first question, what assumptions have I previously held about this knowledge that we are talking about, which is the reason why we are in this room? How might this assumption influence my research? And the last question you should interrogate with yourself is, what would it mean to engage this knowledge as a legitimate intellectual system rather than simply a local experience? What would it mean to engage this knowledge as a legitimate intellectual system? So you have 3 questions to reflect on with yourself while you're thinking through your research, through your proposals, through your concept notes, or through whatever you're working on. And in the next 2 minutes, I will stop you and call any 2 persons or any 3 persons to talk back to us randomly. My mind is telling me to speak with the people that are far on the back side because they could be the most intelligent in the room. All right, so I run through the question again. Align this lecture on indigenous knowledge with your own research. And number 1, you want to ask, what assumption have I previously held about indigenous knowledge? Okay, how might this assumption influence my research? And the third one, how would it mean to engage this knowledge as a legitimate intellectual system? Just 2 minutes, don't worry, it's not an exam, it's just something to reflect on. All right, I guess you're almost done. Do you have anyone in the sciences, disciplines from the sciences, biological science or pure science? Good. You'll be one of the presenter from your table. Okay, she'll be one. Then do we have people in the arts? People in the arts? Art discipline? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not sure what art, yeah. Okay. Do I have a man who is in art? Okay. We already have one science, we have one art. Then I wish I have a man who is also in art. All right, let's continue. You can speak from your table, please. Please, you have less than 2 minutes to talk. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Rutendo and I'm from Zimbabwe. And I'm a civil engineer by profession and qualification. And so the indigenous knowledge system I'm looking at is dry stone walling, which is how my country was named. I'm actually looking at general building practices, and one of them is the dry stone walling, but there's also the building using mud and thatch and other natural materials. And so my biggest assumptions was that it's easy because you don't have to go through all the calculation stages that we needed to do when we were designing concrete, etc. That was a terrible assumption to make. I also assumed that it hasn't evolved, and that is not true. And so the influence that comes from this assumption is oversimplifying the entire knowledge systems about who holds that knowledge, how is it transmitted intergenerationally as well as within the generation. And so my work is not with Codicera, but also my other academic work is looking at how we can begin to document this, because obviously we have no authority to legitimize. This has been in existence, but to document and perhaps come up and also come up with the policy brief so that this can become part of our national building standards, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. The lady from Heart, please. You can just use your mic.
Hello. Oh, hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angoli, and I'm a cultural researcher. My proposal essentially looks at literature and proverbs. So, as we know, one of the issues around documentation and preservation of African indigenous knowledge systems is the absence of, the codified method of writing. A lot is lost in oral transmission, and Africa has relied on Thank you very much. As we know, Africa has mostly relied on oral storytelling to document and, frame its knowledge systems. And I'm looking at proverbs, for instance, among the Igbo people of Southeast Nigeria, for instance. They are very valuable means of knowledge preservation and transfer. And proverbs are like capsules, that contain, essentially they're metaphors that contain real knowledge. And not only do they help to adorn literature or speaking or oratory, but they are also ways of transmitting knowledge, transmitting moral consciousness, and shaping the overall ability of the society to preserve and protect itself. But at the same time, an essential assumption of my research was that there is power, there is a strong proverbial epistemology in that. But I'm realizing that as powerful as proverbs are in preserving knowledge, they have also greatly ridiculed women. And not only have they ridiculed women, but they also expose power dynamics in society. On one hand, it shows the Igbo society, for instance, to be deeply patriarchal. So while that assumption led me to frame my research as, the strength of proverbs in preserving and documenting history and the power of a community, I forgot that on the other hand of it, it also shows gaps in, strength or socioeconomic or cultural powers, in that the two genders are also framed as unequal by the language or the nature of the languages.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, from the two speakers, we can see that ICARE's indigenous knowledge is not just limited to anthropologists or maybe to sociologists or to those in gender studies. It is something that connects the physical sciences, the cultural arts, or whatever discipline you have found yourself. And it is something that one thing we must note from the true presenter is that, especially for you as AFRIAK researcher, is that you should not just seek to identify or recognize indigenous knowledge. Maybe you're writing, all you're just doing is just putting it there in one or two lines of your writing, indigenous knowledge, but you must seek to find a way of transforming the way African research is conceptualized, the way it is conducted, and the way it is applied. And generally across the conversation, we've been able to see that indigenous knowledge create an opportunity for interdisciplinary collaborations on how different academic backgrounds can shape our understanding of knowledge itself. So back to the slide as I tie up this discussion. Now let's quickly look at the threat to preservation of indigenous knowledge. If you can help me back with the slide. Now, despite resilience, indigenous knowledge faces significant challenges across Africa. One of it is rapid urbanization, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, language extinctions, climate change, and displacement, conflicts, and changing livelihood system. All of these are continue to threaten the transmission of indigenous knowledge in Africa. Also, very importantly, are the historical effect of colonial education, which often privilege Western knowledge while also portraying that the African context is often privileged, is a system that is inferior or is not scientific. Another concern to preservation of indigenous knowledge in the continent is the extractive researches that we do. And this is a form of research where most of us as researchers, we ensure that meaningful participation is done, where researchers document communities' knowledge without ensuring meaningful participation. That is called extractive research. You know, I will also talk about that during the methodology section. Or tangible benefit for community that you are collecting empirical data from. So this only will not just undermine, but also will contribute to the epistemic injustice by separating knowledge from its custodian, which is an act or a practice that you as a researcher must not do. One of the most complex questions, therefore, to engage with is who owns indigenous knowledge? Unlike many scientific discovery, indigenous knowledge is often collectively developed over generations. And this has raised some very, very important questions about intellectual properties in indigenous knowledge. It has raised questions with respect to benefit sharing, authorship, and community rights. For example, the medicinal knowledge developed by communities has sometimes been commercialized by pharmaceutical companies without proper recognition or compensation to communities that generated it. This is a practice that is often described as biopiracy. And similar concerns arise in relations to indigenous seeds, cultural expression, traditional crafts, and ecological knowledge. And so all of this has continued to, the increasing recognition of the importance of indigenous knowledge is so much, and it must ensure equitable benefit sharing. And for you as scholars in AFRIAK, ethical research begins with you recognizing that communities are not just merely sources of information. You must note that the communities where you are taking your data from are not just sources of information. They are your intellectual partners. And their rights of agency must be preserved. They are your partners, they have agency, and ownership must also remain central throughout your research processes. I will say a lot about that during the methodology because there are a lot of ethical errors and blunders that we researchers are engaged with. That is against the agencies of these communities and against the rights of these people. Because I will still touch on these in the methodology, I will just brush through it. Now, ethics in indigenous knowledge extends research far beyond obtaining institutional ethical approval. You know, I will really take some time to do this during the methodology. It requires you building respect, long-term relationship with communities throughout your research processes. So, indigenous knowledge scholarship is evolving. It's a field that is characterized by very important contemporary discussion. But one major concern of discussion is how indigenous knowledge should be documented. How should it be shared while protecting the community ownership and preventing misappropriation? Also, it is important to note that digital technologies create new opportunities for preservation, but also raise concerns about unrestricted access to cultural sensitive knowledge. We also built on that during the methodology section. So high quality indigenous research begins with you recognizing communities as producers of knowledge rather than simply respondents or informants. I'm sure you're familiar with that. So a good research is theoretically grounded, methodologically rigorous, ethically responsible, and socially relevant. A good research would want to do a few things. We want to understand not only what the community knows, but also how knowledge is generated, validated, transmitted, adapted, and governed. How many minutes more? Yeah, I have just 2 or 3 slides more, then I'll stop. All right, so that's what a good study will want to achieve. And so you as a researcher should adopt interdisciplinary approaches where appropriate. You must be able to combine methods such as oral history, like the lady said, participant observation, participatory mapping, ethnography, visual method, ecological assessment, policy analysis, and the rest, which I will also talk about during the methodology section. Also, very importantly, is something called the reflexivity. Researchers must continuously examine how their own disciplinary background, assumptions, and institution positions or shape all of these, how they shape their own research processes. So for you as a researcher, listening to me, success will not be measured by the quantity of the indigenous knowledge documented in your study, but by the quality of the relationships established, the originality of the scholarship produced, and the contribution made to both academic knowledge and community well-being. So one thing this lecture I've been able to do is to help you have some conceptual foundation for your journey as a researcher here in AFRIAK. And so the remaining discussion that we're going to be having will be built upon these ideas by exploring gender, indigenous knowledge, environmental future, maybe feminist, and especially decolonial research method. And so together, all of these offer a very, very important framework for conducting research that is academically rigorous and ethically grounded and responsive to African reality. And so throughout this fellowship, I want to encourage every one of you to move beyond documenting indigenous knowledge towards generating new theoretical insights that contribute to African scholarship, because indigenous knowledge should not merely enrich existing academic debate. It should move beyond that. It should start to reshape how knowledge is produced, is validated, is applied even within the university, policy institution, and document policies. And so, Leslie, we'll just read that together. African knowledge system must not be preserved, must not only be preserved, they must be actively mobilized to achieve structural transformation for our people. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
When we talked about decolonizing, our minds, I want you to put up your hand if in the ancestral indigenous knowledge systems you come from, you clap as a way of affirming somebody who has given you something good. You know that my listen to me. You are sure that your great-great-grandparents, when they were being mentored by their grandparents, would clap as an acknowledgement. Some of us did. So if you know that that was your system, put up your hand. Okay, for everybody else, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and please affirm our mentor, our teacher, and our mwalimu in the way your people affirmed people who had given them something. Are we ready? Have you understood me? Okay. And that doesn't mean you have to remain seated. If they jumped and touched the roof, jump and touch the roof. If they rolled on the ground, roll on the ground. But I want to see us practicing what we have just had. Are we ready? Yeah. I'm giving you time to think. Some of you are praying to those ancestors for help. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I have felt the room. So I promised you passion. Did you get passion? Did you hear passion? Okay, so I delivered on that one. I promised you that he would not only be passionate, but relevant. Did you hear something of relevance to your research? Okay. Did you hear something that already has made you begin thinking about your own proposal? Is there anybody who said, I sat there for 2 hours and thought, what on earth are we doing? Okay. So what we are beginning to do is to model. You've heard from a mentor. You'll be hearing a lot from mentors. They will come, they will speak to you. I will give you a minute for questions, but it will be very targeted because we want to end on time. How many of you just feel like your head is bursting with knowledge and thoughts? Is that happening? Okay, so you're going to hear from many mentors. I want us to take a minute. Actually, I'm going to count. It's easier because I noticed we all have different concepts of the word minute. So I'm going to count again to 10. And all I want you to do is write down 2 or 3 key ideas, questions, thoughts you want to carry into the next 2 weeks. Are we ready? Okay. Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita, saba, nane, tisa, kumi. Okay, some of you are looking at me like, what was that? So Again, this is the last time I'll give you 2 chances. I'm just going to count to 10. And I'm giving you a chance just to put some thoughts down. For yourself, these are notes. Imweri, Ivi, Idadu, Inya, Isanu, Irandadu, Mfungade, Bunyanya, Ikenda, Ikumi. Okay. The other thing that happened is you began to listen to each other. You heard from people you did not know once they came into this room, simply because they were thrown into their group. Is there anybody who said, I talked, or somebody was in my group, or I heard someone say something, and now I want to meet that person because they said something interesting? None of you are thinking like that. You're only thinking about yourself. Let me tell you, the best teachers and mentors who will make your proposal count are the ones sitting in the middle of the room with you. I want to hear more about civil engineering because something she said is going to actually impact research I'm doing. So you and I, we've got a lunch date, okay? Please don't only listen to the people who say, I am a literature person like you, so I'm interested in your research also. I'm listening for the person who is doing something I never thought could challenge me. I'm listening for the person I completely disagree with. So when you said, can I use that as an example? Africans primarily used oral. By the way, I work a lot with oral forms. One of my assumptions was that when I started out. And now I've discovered we write, we inscribe, we pass on knowledge in so many other different ways, all across this country, including indigenous forms of writing. So this was an assumption. I began to ask myself, how are proverbs contained in music, in visual art, in sculpture, in all of those things? So let's have a conversation as well, right? So you're asking that kind of question to yourself. And please let me debunk you of something. You do not need to prove to anybody. Didn't we hear that from Dr. Murunga? You are here. You're not here to defend your research. You've defended it to us already. You've defended your proposal. So begin to unpick that proposal and allow each other to make you say, that doesn't work. Here is something you need to rethink. Have you begun to hear about some of that like that? Drop the defensiveness, okay? So that's the third thing. After every session, ask yourself, what have I heard that makes me make my research proposal better? Not because it's not already good, but because it wants to be better. Are we together? Okay. I want to only ask for one kind of question. Something you had that needs clarification. Because our mentor is with us for the next 2 weeks, you'll have plenty of opportunities to ask specific questions. We'll be talking a lot, so you'll be sharing your own thoughts. But if there is something that is burning, he said something, I didn't understand it, I'm completely confused by it, I need clarification before I go for lunch. Is there anyone who wants to ask for that? Because I want us to go for lunch so that we can catch up on time and be back at 2. Are we okay? Il y a one person?
Oui.
Vous pouvez utiliser le micro. Okay, let me give you.
Bonjour à tous. Bon, il y a une question qui me tourne à l'esprit lorsque Dr. Paul a parlé des savoirs.
Attendez une minute parce qu'il peut utiliser là.
Je disais ceci, il y a une question qui me tourne. Ok. Je disais ceci, il y a une question qui me tourne à l'esprit lorsque le docteur Paul a parlé des savoirs endogènes africains. Je suis dans le domaine médical et là, je vais questionner si les savoirs endogènes autochtones que la population des Mayombe utilisent pour les traitements de la santé oculaire. Mais après ça, je vais quand même produire un article. Et la question que je me pose, si je fais peut-être une comparaison avec les Chinois, là-bas, ils ont la médecine traditionnelle qu'on a intégrée peut-être dans le système de santé actuel. Donc, ils travaillent, il y a le système de santé actuel et puis il y a le système, la médecine chinoise qu'on appelle. Dès que, par exemple, la médecine moderne n'arrive pas à soigner une pathologie, ils font recours à la médecine traditionnelle, donc ce qu'on appelle la médecine chinoise. Alors, ma question est celle-ci. Pourquoi en Afrique, on a tellement limité la médecine, soit les savoirs endogènes, qui pourraient peut-être nous servir dans les traitements de différentes pathologies? Qu'est-ce qui est à la base de tout cela? Parce que de l'autre côté, on nous dit, étant qu'étudiante, ne donnez pas, par exemple, ces médicaments. On ne connaît pas peut-être la dose, on ne connaît pas comment on a fait ces médicaments. Et je ne sais pas comment AFRIAK, s'il peut nous aider à, à intégrer, soit à travailler peut-être en collaboration de faire comme les Chinois pour la conservation de ces savoirs.
Okay. So I've heard you. And the reason that he's not going to answer is I know we have a special session with somebody who is coming from the medical profession, and we'll be having that conversation. Priscilla, can I leave that question to you? And we'll revisit it when we come. I know you've got a session. Okay? We're going to cover that, and we'll cover it this week. We'll have those conversations. When you see her appear on the stage, that one is a question she will be dying to answer you on. Is that okay? Right? So I'm looking for clarifications. I see we don't have clarifications. Clarifications means he said something, I need it clarified. Remember, we will be coming and having the conversations. I just don't want you to go with a banning. Like, I want to know the recipe for that thing he drank that gave him energy. But that's not a clarification, right? So I'm not asking that yet. I'll ask him over lunch. I see two hands. Yes, that one, and then I'll come up here. Just clarifications, please. Yes.
Okay, bonjour tout le monde. I'm Absolo, I'm from Cameroon. I will be asking a question in French. Dans sa présentation tout à l'heure, il a relevé le caractère dynamique des savoirs endogènes. Il a précisé que les savoirs endogènes étaient dynamiques. Je voudrais savoir en quoi, parce que cette question a soulevé des débats entre des figures intellectuelles africaines, Martien Toa, Pauline Untonji. Donc, je voudrais savoir en quoi est-ce que les savoirs endogènes sont dynamiques. Maintenant, la deuxième question. Ah, d'accord. Ok, merci.
Pascal, okay, sorry. I'm going to stay in English so I don't give the interpreters problem. Because what we want to do is we're gathering questions. He'll respond to the ones of clarification. The rest we're coming to in the next 2 weeks. Are we okay with that? I had a hand behind. I'm just going to take all the questions, then he will respond. There was a gentleman, then I'll come to you. Yes.
Ok, bonjour à tous. Oui, moi je travaille sur l'adaptation au changement climatique. Et mon thème, c'est par rapport à comment il faut utiliser les savoirs endogènes pour s'adapter au changement climatique. Et je voulais demander, bon, dans la littérature, telle que le docteur Paul vient de clarifier par rapport au savoir autochtone, et il y a un problème de paternité qu'on a au niveau du savoir, souvent. Et j'ai essayé de faire une revue de littérature sur ça, mais j'ai constaté que il y a des savoirs que des projets ou bien des organisations qui considèrent que comme des savoirs qu'eux-mêmes ou bien des savoirs scientifiques qu'ils ont partagés à la population. Donc, comment il faut essayer de voir un peu au niveau de la paternité des savoirs, disséquer en fait les savoirs autochtones et les savoirs dits scientifiques. Merci.
Merci. My sister here.
Good day, everyone. I just wanted to ask a question on a statement that was made that the statement said indigenous knowledge is not anti-science. I just need to understand the parameters of how we're defining science in that sentiment. Because in the epistemic context lens that we are looking at science as, because that statement gives an undertone that there's no, like if it's not anti-science, there's something unscientific about indigenous knowledge, which is an argument I'd like to counter argue as someone that works in a science in indigenous knowledge. Thank you.
And then I see, okay, the lady at the back, then I'll finish with you. In black?
So, yeah, so my question is, you made a statement that indigenous knowledge systems is always ethical and relational. And then you made another statement to say that we shouldn't romanticize indigenous knowledge systems as well. So I just needed a bit of clarification on that. Can we say that all indigenous knowledge systems are good, well, good relatively, and are, ethical, we can use them? Or are we saying when we are not romanticizing, are we saying that there are some parts that we should say we can leave and these parts are unethical? So I just need a bit of clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, I see more hands coming up. Sorry, I had said we are going to take the whatever, but there's a gentleman right at the back where I was told the most brilliant people are sitting. So we'll start with the brilliance at the back. Actually, why don't I, do you have you can use the whatever, then we'll come to the brilliant question at the back.
Don't work it. Okay, great. It is. I have here in my notes that I'm not sure if that's what you said. So I'm seeking clarification that indigenous knowledge system is not exactly confined to traditional medicine, folklore, or the likes, and it embraces dynamic, relevant, contemporary, socioeconomic, things like that. And I wanted to know, my interest is with the word folklore. Is folklore not indigenous knowledge? Why is folklore in this mix? Because I had the assumption that, folklore is a branch or a child of indigenous knowledge. So why are we saying that it's not confined to that? Is it excluded then? Thank you.
Okay, and then my brother right at the back. Yes, please.
Bonjour, bonjour à tout le monde. Alors, moi, je suis à Comian Sarah. I'm talking, okay, sorry. Moi, je suis à Comian Sarah, de Côte d'Ivoire. Et la question que je voulais savoir, tout à l'heure, le docteur nous a parlé des savoirs endogènes. Déjà, j'aimerais savoir, est-ce que lorsqu'on parle de savoirs endogènes, c'est propre au peuple africain ou est-ce que tous les peuples ont une forme de savoir endogène? Donc, est-ce que la paternité, je ne sais pas si je vais parler de paternité, mais est-ce que lorsqu'on parle de savoir endogène, on attribue directement ça au peuple africain? Ou dans chaque communauté dans le monde, il y a un type de savoir qu'on va qualifier d'endogène? Ça, c'était ma question. Merci beaucoup.
Merci bien. These hands are multiplying. You don't want to go for lunch? Okay, can that be the absolute last one? I know these people are right at the back. I don't want, no, I'm not seeing any other. Just that last one over there.
Bonjour à tous. C'est Norbert Chungu de la RDC. Moi, je voudrais poser la question à M. Paul. Et la question, elle est par rapport à la confrontation entre la médecine traditionnelle et la médecine moderne. Comment arriver à concilier les deux sans qu'il y ait mépris soit la médecine traditionnelle ou la médecine moderne?
Merci.
Je ne sais pas s'il m'a suivi. Hein?
Merci bien.
Voilà.
All right. I think it's safe to just start from the last question and move forward like that. One of the things I made mention while we were trying to tie up the discussion was knowledge co-production. Whatever we are doing today is not trying to elevate indigenous knowledge above scientific knowledge or trying to relegate indigenous knowledge to advantage scientific knowledge. It's to help us understand that whether we know it or not, this knowledge exists in various communities. This knowledge are dynamic in various contexts. And because they exist and they've supported development in communities, then it must be studied. So basically, like the last speaker is trying to say, we are not trying to advantage medical science or medical knowledge and relegate indigenous knowledge. All we are trying to do is helping us to see co-production in knowledge. In other words, those who are into indigenous knowledge practices, whatever they know must not, like we made mention of the biopiracy, whatever the people in the indigenous knowledge know must not be extracted from them and used to make benefits without making reference to the source of the knowledge. And so that should answer that person who talked about the medical science and the medical knowledge. The other person who talked about indigenous knowledge, if it's proper in the African knowledge. So whether you're looking at indigenous knowledge or the African knowledge, this is exclusive. And the answer is just no. Every African knowledge and indigenous knowledge are almost the same thing. And these are things that each of the communities we find ourselves have used to enrich and to sustain and to adapt in their various communities. And somebody also asked a question with respect to if indigenous knowledge is confined to tradition or folklore. Indigenous knowledge is not confined, like I said earlier, is not confined to tradition or folklore. It is something that is living, it is dynamic, it's a knowledge that is evolving. So it's not tied up to tradition or to folklore, it's evolving. Then, yes, definitely. Definitely, it's not excluded. But I'm just saying that it's not limited to it 100%. Thank you. Because you mentioned something about oral history, and it's a very important thing. So then someone also asked if indigenous knowledge is ethical and how we should not romanticize it. Now, what I'm trying to say is that don't pity indigenous knowledge. Don't just play with the word just for documentation's sake. When you are using it, use it ethically. Use it rigorously. I didn't spend more time on that because I will still put a lot of discussion on it during the methodological session. A lot of us don't know how to rigorously engage with indigenous knowledge, which we would do during the practical section. So indigenous knowledge should be approached ethically and not romantically. Don't just mention it. Don't just say, okay, this call is about indigenous knowledge. So every 3 sentences you write, you put indigenous knowledge. Every 3 sentences, you put indigenous knowledge. You are romanticizing, you are just playing with, you are sympathizing with the word. Okay? We want you to be able to engage with it ethically and rigorously, which we will do during the methodological session. Then somebody also mentioned, is indigenous knowledge anti-scientific, if I got that correctly? No, like the first question response I gave, it is not anti-scientific. All we are trying to do is to push a front to let you know that none of these things can stand alone. Because there are communities who are actually surviving based on indigenous knowledge. So if you are, for example, someone who, one of the things we do, like the question on health that one of the scholars is going to be answering. You know, one of the things we do that every one of us or most people do is when we have used medical science and they are not working, we go back to traditional science. So why are we using it as a last resort? Okay, so sometimes it could be religion. Sometimes it could be our faith. For example, I'm a Christian. I'm beginning to raise questions in the fellow Christian's mind. All right? Because I'm beginning to interact with leaves, with herbs, which is almost anti-faith. It's not, definitely. It's not. But imagine I'm feeling somehow, you see me in the bush, I'm beginning to pluck leaf, I'm plucking that leaf, I'm plucking that leaf. What comes to somebody's mind and an academic mind is that instead of plucking these leaves, why don't you go to the hospital? Sorry, I'm seeing your hands, but I'm not sure time will permit me to allow you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We're practicing traditional healing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, wait. Yeah, just wait. Yeah, it's not against, I'm speaking for you. Whatever I'm saying, I'm speaking for you. I'm agreeing with you, right? I'm just trying to say that one of the challenges indigenous knowledge has is sometimes the faith we're practicing could be anti the use of indigenous knowledge. And so
I think you want to clarify what you said, your question.
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
please, just go ahead.
Or not, it is an anti-science. I was saying that the sentiment or the statement of indigenous knowledge is not an anti-science. I'm basically problematizing that statement because the undertone on the insinuation in that statement to a non-IKS studying person or person that doesn't have a context of what IKS is, gives an undertone that there's something unscientific about indigenous knowledge systems. For example, there's a guy at the back that mentioned that there are healers that are able to help women with fertility. That is science. There are people that know how to make weather by just speaking. You know, that is a science. There are people that can strike you with lightning as you sit there. That is a science, right? So there's nothing unscientific about it. So that statement gives an undertone of it is a non-science.
So I think the point you're making is, I think her question is, in terms of clarification, when we say scientific knowledge, we've put them in two separate categories. And you're saying that indigenous knowledge itself is scientific knowledge. I think that's the clarification.
That's what she's trying to say.
So I think you're in agreement.
Yeah, we are agreeing because it is evidence-based. Indigenous knowledge itself is evidence-based. It's also dynamic. One of the presenters, I think from Ghana, talked about that a particular approach they use were validated. So indigenous knowledge can be validated. So that's what I meant by when I said indigenous knowledge is not anti-scientific and it's not unscientific because it is dynamic and it's also evidence-based. Are we still to get it is scientific, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, but what I want to do is just give him a chance to finish all the clarifications because we'll all be in conversations and I want us not to go into comments because he's just speaking to clarifications and we need to wind up, so we'll come back at 2. I think we'll have more time to open up to comments. That's why I just wanted clarifications.
Moi, je voudrais juste ajouter une clarification par rapport à cette question d'opposition des savoirs autochtones aux savoirs savants, à la question d'éthique, pour dire que, c'est-à-dire le savoir endogène, moi, j'aime pas ce mot endogène parce qu'il a une connotation coloniale. J'aimerais bien dire le savoir autochtone ou savoir local. En réalité, il ne s'oppose pas au savoir savant, mais il
il peut compléter ses savoirs savants pour donner une vue globale et constructive sur la réalité. Concernant la question d'éthique dans les savoirs autochtones ou les savoirs locaux sont porteurs de valeurs, de respect et respect aussi de la pratique, respect de la transmission intergénérationnelle. C'est ça ce que je voulais ajouter par rapport à ce que le professeur Paul avait avancé et juste pour clarifier les questions de nos boursiers. Merci.
Merci.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And I think it's just a way of use a word. But it's just because indigenous knowledge look like what is generally acceptable. That's why we keep engaging with it. But whether you want to use traditional knowledge, whether you want to use local knowledge, we are all saying the same thing. But we are just looking at a term that is globally acceptable and among continents that we can easily interact with. But I agree with you 100%. Thank you. All right, so someone also said something about the paternity, if I got that right, of indigenous knowledge. While I was speaking, I said something about extractive research, which is what a lot of us is into, and which is a bad attitude. Indigenous knowledge must be respected, and the rights and the agencies of these people must be recognized and protected. So I will not go further into that because it's also part of what I want to talk about during the methodology section. But please, when you are doing IKS, you must respect the knowledge of these people. There are some of this information they would tell you that please don't publish it. You must respect it. There are some of this information that they will tell you, please say this part and don't say that part. You don't say to hell with, you've collected the data, you just publish everything. And, you know, a lot of us, we have a lot of very bad ethics when it comes to collecting data from these people, which I call extractive research. We'll talk about that later. So their rights and agency must be protected. And the first person said something about how is indigenous knowledge dynamic? And I said, like I said earlier, if I got that question right, it is dynamic because it can fit into every context, every community, especially when it comes to sustainable development, environmental adaptation. You know, it is dynamic and it's also evolving. And so that's what I meant by saying IKS is dynamic or evolving. All right, thank you. I think I didn't miss out any question.
Please let me ask you to join me again in affirming in the tradition of your ancestors. Mwalimu Paul, I think he gave us a wonderful way of starting. You know, when we talk about decoloniality, do you see how quickly you reverted back to the colonial practice of clapping? Okay, so I want to thank you all. I know you got a lot to think about. As you go to lunch, look at what you're eating, look at how you're sitting, look at how you're interacting. Ask yourself, what assumptions do you need to challenge? We will be back at 8 hours and a half after sunrise, according to African time, 2:30 according to European time, and 14:30 according to universal time. Bon appetit.
Thank you. Thank you again. Your attention, please. So we go to lunch. We have 2 rooms on this floor, on the first floor. So you can go in one of these 2 rooms for your, so you meet maybe Berta and Sheila, Dominique at the back. They will show you the rooms for lunch on this floor. Okay, we come back here at 2:30. One of the things I wanted to say is that if you look at the program, we always have 30 minutes at the end of the day for fellows to engage with the speaker of the day. So you have more time. Usually at the end of the day, we ask the speakers to stay in the room so you can engage with them, ask them questions. So if you don't get the opportunity to ask your questions now, you do that at the end of the day. Thank you and see you at 2:30. Do not forget to leave your headsets on the tables when you leave. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one more thing, important things. Before we go to lunch, let's meet for the group picture. Okay, we need to take a picture, a family photo. Ground floor, go to the swimming pool. So let's go to the swimming pool first to take the group photo, and then we'll come back for lunch. We have 3 minutes to meet downstairs by the swimming pool. 3 minutes to take the photo. Thank you.
I think Jane break.
Yes. We're gisting indigenous knowledge
Yeah.
and Africa.
That's good.
How was your meal?
It's fine. I was not understanding most of the meals there, but it's fine. I ate rice.
You ate rice?
Yes.
Same here.
Yes.
I ate rice as well because I don't want to eat something that
Yeah,
I'll
they'll
begin
go and
to.
cause you problems.
Yeah. Because you ate rice.
The whole of yesterday, I did not eat anything. Yes, I traveled from Cameroon without eating. I came here, there was no food.
Not unusual. Same here. Know that there was no food as such. The food in Togo was hell out of this world. Very
Where?
expensive.
Yes.
Togo.
Mhm.
It was equivalent of 40,000 naira.
Where would you take that kind of money?
Just ordinary snacks was about 10,000 naira. I'm like, seriously? So I couldn't even water. Water.
Yes, 1,000 or something. No, the smaller one, 1,000. Here, food here is 8,000. This hotel, 8,000, 10,000, 15,000.
Can I get everyone back? Anyone who is still in the corridors, by some magic, I know you will hear me. So everybody, please, let's settle down. Before we start the afternoon session, I would like to introduce to you the Codesria staff who are with us here. We are about 8. Most of us are staying in this hotel, but 2 of our staff are assigned to the other hotel. Is Mariam and Dominique somewhere? Mariam and Dominique. Dominique? Yeah, that is Dominique. I know you've heard from Dominique. All of you have heard from Dominique. Everything that went well, it was because of her. Everything that didn't go well, it's because of me. So for those of you who are in the other hotel, I'm sure you will remember that's both Mariam and Dominique are your contact. When Mariam comes, we'll present her. Thanks, Dominique. And then let me start with the Basiru, the tallest man in this room. There is the evidence. When we were in Kigali, even the Rwandese said, we can't match you. Basiru is in charge of IT at Codesria, and so is managing elements to do with the, I hope you all know that we are live streaming the event. So that's Basiru and his team in Dakar. I have a number of other people. Beta is right here. Clearly, there is no reason to introduce somebody who doesn't need an introduction. She should be the next executive secretary of Codesria. And then where's Sheila? Okay, Sheila is somewhere in the neighborhood. I'll introduce the 2 of them. And then, of course, the real guy is Yemi, whom you have already interacted with. Most of us are based in this hotel. And as I said, the 2 are on the other hotel. If there are any issues you want discussed, raised, please feel free to reach out to us. And I want to register my complaint that you took selfies in the morning, but didn't post them. The jury is not yet in, but a scan of what happened, I still need more selfies. So if you are dozing, take a selfie and then post. Okay? Yemi, please. Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. English-speaking people, put your headsets. I'm going in French. Are we all good? OK. So, bonsoir tout le monde. Et bon retour. J'espère que le repas a été bon. Nous allons, dans cette session, parler du processus de sélection. Et je pense qu'on l'a dit le matin, si vous êtes ici, c'est parce que votre candidature a été retenue. Si votre candidature a été retenue, c'est que vous êtes excellent. OK? Vous avez été choisi parmi 1 millier de personnes. Donc, nous ne sommes pas ici pour revenir là-dessus. Mais je pense que la plupart d'entre vous, vous êtes curieux de savoir comment le processus de sélection a été fait, quelles sont les forces et les faiblesses qui ont été retenues, qu'est-ce qui a retenu l'attention des personnes qui ont fait la sélection, okay, et quelles sont les tendances qui émergent en termes de ce qu'on appelle les savoirs autochtones en Afrique. Et donc, à ce propos, nous allons ce soir pas nécessairement revenir sur pourquoi vous avez été sélectionné, mais il s'agit de partager avec vous les leçons apprises, ce que nous avons pu tirer de ce processus de sélection de presque 1 millier de personnes dont vos candidatures ont été retenues ici. Donc, il s'agit d'une opportunité de partage sur les leçons apprises. Et pour pouvoir le faire, je reviens rapidement sur les statistiques qu'on vous a données le matin. On a eu 973 personnes qui ont soumis leur candidature à travers, de façon individuelle ou en groupe, provenant de 42 pays, et 925 étaient éligibles, puisqu'il y a un premier tamis qui se fait pour pouvoir voir, parce qu'il y en a qui soumettent leur candidature. Par exemple, un critère, c'est qu'il faut être sur le continent africain. Donc, quand vous êtes résident sur un autre continent, déjà, on vous élimine avant même de commencer le processus de candidature. Quand vous dépassez 35 ans, on ne fait même pas, voilà, on ne vous fait pas passer par la sélection. Donc, il y a ce tamis qui se fait pour retenir les 925 qui étaient éligibles. Et dans les 925, donc, nous avons les 100 fellows que vous êtes, qui êtes là aujourd'hui. Donc, il s'agit ici de revenir, OK, pour voir qu'est-ce que ce processus-là nous a appris, OK, sur les savoirs endogènes, sur les recherches relatives aux savoirs endogènes aujourd'hui en Afrique. Et pour cela, je vais inviter les panélistes qui seront avec moi et qui font partie ou qui ont fait partie du comité de sélection qui a sélectionné vos dossiers. Donc, d'abord, je vais inviter, je ne vais pas les nommer par leur titre parce que ce sont mes sœurs. Je vais inviter Adedoyin Agou à venir devant. Donc, on vous l'a déjà présenté le matin. Je l'invite à venir devant. En deuxième lieu, j'invite ma sœur Ntabiseng aussi à venir nous rejoindre. Et j'invite également ma sœur Priscilla Santao à venir nous rejoindre. Donc, ce seront mes 3 panélistes, mais évidemment, le comité de sélection était composé de 7 personnes. Il y a d'autres personnes qui ne sont pas dans la salle aujourd'hui, mais nous avons également la grande sœur Mchaï qui était aussi dans le comité de sélection et qui pourra intervenir aussi pour partager son expérience avec vous. Un des éléments ou certains éléments qui ont retenu l'attention, OK, dans un premier temps, c'est la qualité et l'excellence donc des applications que vous avez soumises. Et je pense que dans les chiffres qu'on vous a donnés et que Godwin vous a donné le matin, vous avez vu qu'il y a un grand nombre de personnes qui étaient déjà à 70% en termes de notation pour la sélection finale. Donc, il y avait quand même une bonne qualité et ça, c'était encourageant, OK, une bonne qualité dans les applications. Ça, c'était un positif qui a été retenu. Nous avons également retenu une grande participation des jeunes femmes. On vous a également donné les chiffres plus tôt le matin. Un grand nombre de jeunes femmes ont soumis leur candidature, mais la qualité a fait qu'elles sont retrouvées aussi dans le pool final. On a eu le plaisir d'avoir des candidatures qui ont couvert presque tous les pays africains. Okay, je dis presque parce qu'il y a certains pays dont on n'a pas reçu les candidatures, mais pratiquement la majorité, on avait 42 pays, des candidatures provenant de 42 pays africains. Je pense que nous pouvons en être fiers, même s'il y a des efforts qui doivent être faits sur certaines régions. Et nous y travaillons toujours. Et puis, enfin, on vous l'a également dit, il y a plusieurs candidatures qui nous proviennent des sciences, des technologies, de l'agriculture et des sciences naturelles, etc. Donc, tout cela nous fait quand même dire que les savoirs endogènes aujourd'hui ne sont pas juste limités aux sciences sociales, aux sciences humaines, mais ça touche vraiment, ça commence par intéresser un grand nombre de différents domaines disciplinaires. Alors, qu'est-ce qui a marqué les candidatures les plus importantes, je dirais les plus fortes, qui ont été de meilleure qualité? D'abord, il y a la clarté conceptuelle. Donc, dans les propositions qui ont été soumises, la clarté conceptuelle a été un élément fort qu'on a regardé, que le comité de sélection a regardé. Est-ce que votre idée était facile à suivre? On sait exactement ce dont vous parlez. Il y a eu la présentation le matin sur les concepts de savoir autochtone. Il y en a peut-être qui utilisent juste le terme, mais est-ce que vraiment ils savaient de quoi ils parlent? En deuxième lieu, nous avons l'originalité. L'originalité, on a 1 millier de candidatures. Est-ce que ce que vous proposez, ça a quelque chose d'original ou bien c'est quelque chose qui a été déjà étudié à plusieurs reprises? Ensuite, nous avons la capacité à faire le lien avec les réalités locales. Et c'est ça qui démontre que vous êtes en lien avec la communauté. Et nous avons évidemment la cohérence méthodologique, qui est un élément important. Et je suis sûr que les panélistes vont revenir sur tous ces éléments-là en détail. Et enfin, quelle contribution vous faites à la connaissance dans le domaine des savoirs endogènes? Donc, voilà un peu des éléments qui ont fait la différence dans la sélection des candidatures. Certaines choses que je voudrais juste faire ressortir rapidement, au niveau des CV. Qu'est-ce qui a fait la faiblesse quand vous soumettez vos candidatures et qu'on se rend compte que c'est un CV générique? Il y a des gens qui ont un CV standard qu'ils envoient à toutes les candidatures. Le CV n'est pas adapté à ce que vous voulez dire de vous-même. Donc, il faut adapter le CV à l'appel auquel vous soumettez. Il y a des CV qui n'ont pas fait ressortir des expériences antérieures en termes de contact avec les savoirs endogènes, en quoi vous avez travaillé là-dessus. Donc, les gens envoient juste des CV avec des diplômes, mais qui ne montrent pas vraiment leur expérience dans le domaine. Au niveau des notes conceptuelles, un élément qui a aussi été une faiblesse, des fois on voit des notes conceptuelles avec des titres très longs. On vous dit tout ça parce qu'on vous a demandé il y a quelques semaines d'améliorer vos notes conceptuelles. Et ça vous sert aussi un peu de base pour voir qu'est-ce qu'il faut changer. Je pense que vous avez déjà travaillé avec vos mentors là-dessus. C'est l'occasion aussi de prendre note là-dessus. Donc, quand le titre est trop long et n'est pas concis et peut ne même pas avoir un lien avec la thématique sur le contenu du texte, c'est un élément important. Il faut un titre qui a un lien, qui est assez court, pas nécessairement en 2 ou 3 mots, mais qui montre le lien avec ce sur quoi vous travaillez. Il y a des justifications faibles par rapport à la recherche. La justification est importante. En quoi cette recherche-là, elle est importante, elle est justifiée. Nous avons des liens faibles avec, dans l'appel, on a mis les thèmes prioritaires d'AFRIAK. Mais les gens ne montrent pas des liens assez forts avec un ou plusieurs de ces thèmes-là. Nous avons aussi des concepts, des notes conceptuelles qui ont des objectifs flous. On ne sait pas exactement ce que la personne veut en termes de recherche, quels sont les objectifs qu'elle veut atteindre. Et on ne sait pas aussi quels sont les résultats que la personne vise à la fin. Okay? Un élément important, nous voulons être clairs sur vos résultats à la fin des 7 mois. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez concrètement avoir à la fin des 7 mois? Qu'est-ce que vous souhaiteriez avoir à la fin? Et puis, bien sûr, il y a la méthodologie qui est un des éléments centraux. Quand la méthodologie est faible aussi, ça affaiblit la proposition. Un élément aussi important, c'est le calendrier d'exécution. Okay? Il y a des notes conceptuelles qui sont très bien, mais on se rend compte que ça ne peut pas se faire en 7 mois. Okay? C'est une recherche qui va prendre 1 an, qui va prendre 2 ans pour être exécutée, alors qu'on est dans un programme de 7 mois. Donc, il faut voir qu'est-ce que vous pouvez faire dans les 7 mois et qu'est-ce que vous ne pouvez pas faire dans les 7 mois. Donc, voilà un peu certains éléments de faiblesse qui ont été ressortis. Un autre élément qui a attiré l'attention du comité de sélection, c'est les lettres de référence. Okay? Les gens prennent les lettres de référence à la légère. Vous soumettez à un appel et on voit par exemple que les lettres de référence sont génériques. On lit la lettre de référence, on ne voit vraiment pas un lien clair entre la personne qui vous recommande et vous-même. Pourquoi est-ce qu'elle vous recommande? Et souvent, on retrouve des mots assez génériques ou des phrases génériques. Oui, voilà, c'est un bon étudiant, c'est un bon chercheur, mais il n'y a rien qui montre vraiment pourquoi je recommande cette personne et pourquoi je pense qu'elle peut faire une bonne recherche. Donc, c'est important de personnaliser la lettre de référence pour qu'on sache que la personne qui vous recommande, il y a quelque chose, il y a, il y a une source sur laquelle elle se base pour vous recommander. Et évidemment, il faut éviter des lettres de référence de vos collègues qui sont peut-être, voilà, j'ai mon ami qui est étudiant qui peut m'écrire une lettre de référence ou bien, voilà, de quelqu'un. On ne refuse pas, vous pouvez avoir une lettre de référence d'un détenteur de savoir, quelqu'un qui vient de la communauté. Ce n'est pas nécessairement quelqu'un de l'université, ça peut venir de n'importe qui, mais l'essentiel, c'est qu'il y ait justement ce poids-là et qu'on sente que c'est quelqu'un qui peut vous recommander et qui a voilà, la crédibilité pour pouvoir le faire. AI. OK? AI, c'est un élément important dont on a parlé. Je suis sûr que les membres du comité vont revenir là-dessus aussi. Il faut avoir à l'esprit, on arrive toujours à sentir quand il y a un élément d'intelligence artificielle dans vos écrits. OK? Il y en a qui balancent les trucs et AI leur produit quelque chose et puis ils envoient. Et ça, je peux vous dire que avec l'expérience que les membres du comité de sélection ont, ils peuvent détecter quand c'est trop joli pour être vrai. OK? Donc, c'est vrai. Donc, c'est important, OK, d'avoir cela à l'esprit. Comme on le dit, le problème n'est pas l'intelligence artificielle. Le problème, c'est vous l'utilisez pourquoi et comment vous l'utilisez, à quelle fin. OK? C'est important d'avoir cela à l'esprit. Il ne s'agit pas de laisser l'intelligence artificielle réfléchir à votre place, mais de savoir plutôt l'utiliser. Donc, ensuite, au niveau des résultats de la recherche, beaucoup de notre conceptuels se sont focalisés sur les articles scientifiques. OK? Articles scientifiques et tout ça, mais en dehors du milieu académique, il y a aussi d'autres façons d'avoir des résultats de recherche. Et nous allons en parler à la fin de cette semaine quand on va parler des outputs. Durant le panel des outputs, c'est un élément aussi à avoir en esprit. Donc, il faut aussi avoir l'habilité de retourner vers la communauté et avoir un plan de dissémination des résultats. Donc, en gros, 6 leçons que nous retenons, c'est qu'on a quand même une nouvelle génération des gens, de jeunes chercheurs qui s'intéressent au savoir autochtone. Nous avons des notes conceptuelles qui sont solides. Évidemment, vous êtes là parce que ça a été le cas, mais il faut quand même faire attention au CV, aux lettres de référence que vous soumettez, à l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle et avoir à l'esprit dès le départ quel résultat je veux obtenir. Donc, je vais m'arrêter là et je vais passer la parole à tour de rôle à chacune des membres du comité de sélection qui est ici. Chacune aura une dizaine de minutes pour partager avec vous son expérience de cette sélection, revenir sur certains aspects dont j'ai parlé, les approfondir et à la fin, quand ils auront fini, on va ouvrir le débat pour des questions-réponses. Merci.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed, the executive who are here, my fellow mentors, as well as AFRIAK fellows, Sanbonani, and good day to you all. So we've been given a set of questions. We're given a set of questions as mentors to reflect on the selection process. But I think a lot of what I'm actually going to say is going to actually relate more to the road ahead, the road that you're going to be embarking in the next 6 months. But some of it will be relevant in terms of the application and reflections on that. Let me read to you the questions. The first question was, having reviewed the proposal, what distinguished the strongest from the merely good ones? The second question, which I will take together, was many of the proposal embraced IK, but maybe some of them did not do so in a rigorous conceptual manner. And so what would distinguish a project that genuinely contributes to Indigenous knowledge scholarship from one that simply uses the language of Indigenous language? So I'm going to take those two and then move on to the others. I think each of us are going to take about, around 10 minutes each. With the first one, let me start off with kind of more technical issues, which are still important. I know when we do proposal writing, the substantive obviously is the most important, the conceptual, theoretical contributions, the methodological contribution, the original contributions of the research itself. But I do want to talk a little bit of technical, then move to the more substantive issues. Particularly, you're going to be doing a lot of writing, some of you, different forms of writing, but some of the application in terms of the referencing and the reference list, people sometimes didn't even do that. They didn't have any kind of reference list. This is very important, and it might sound very arbitrary, but going into the field as IK scholars, this is about respect and acknowledgement of sources. So seeing it in that light, I think, is important, and that you are acknowledging the knowledge that came before you, Sankofa, those who have come before, as you embark on your project. This is still important. One of the, and I will talk to the others more specifically, so I'm giving very general, kind of more structural inputs. One of the sections that are in the applications are reviewed was many of you did not develop your the ethical considerations of your proposals, which is also in terms of an IK project, that's most probably one of the most important things to interrogate and really engage with is the ethical basis of why we do research. As you will know, most decolonial scholars, most IK scholars, most feminist scholars, this is the basis, the beginning of the critique of this lack of, the knowledge and the ethical principles that govern communities and these kinds of knowledges. And in particular for me is there wasn't, it was a deep and ethically engaged understanding of what is extractive research. And I'll talk a little bit about that. So a lot of, I think going forward, quite a few of you will need to really go back to your ethical sections and rethink how they are embedded. There's a sustained infusion of IK principles throughout your project. Let me go to the more, I think, the specifics. I want to go to a bit of more of the specific issues. In terms of the cosmetic use of language of IK and actually really conceptually grounding your work on IK, many of you were still very comfortably rooted in your disciplines or the thematic areas you were engaging in. So there was no sense that there'd been a fundamental uprooting and that you were really embedding your work, you were philosophically grounded in IK philosophies, principles, ethics, values. So it was a cosmetic sort of this additive that, feminists are very familiar with this, sort of there was this add-on, right, effect of just sprinkling some IK into your work. There was also something that the idea, a lot of the proposals were proposing an integration, some kind of an integration model, some kind of a leveraging of IK knowledge into their project, which would be leveraging and integrating IK, whether it was languages, environmental, traditional knowledge into an already existing body of work. And I just want to say to you as IK scholars as well, words like integration, as decolonial scholars will teach us, words like integration, like leveraging are not innocent words. They're not neutral. And so when you're an IK scholar, the issue of power becomes extremely important. And we know this, of course, when we engage in the methodology as IK scholars. So words that you would take for granted, you have a critical stance and an eye to those. So what I want to, and when you have that, I think also what becomes critical in that project is questions around justice, right? And not merely, I think, social justice, epistemic justice, of course, we put at the center of our research project, but also thinking through other forms of justices, your cognitive justice, your ancestral justice, right? This idea of, we look back in order to move forward, right? The Sankofa methodology, epistemology and methodology. And the importance of ensuring that our work also includes these notions of justice, and I'll briefly say why. So fundamentally, what I would say in terms of theoretically, methodologically is that there's a need to infuse at each, firstly, your work must be foundationally rooted in IK philosophies, etc. And that IK, the IK principles and values are infused throughout your project. So not cosmetically, not as a favor, but at each and every phase of your conceptual process and methodology process you are infusing. With regards to the next question, which was on artificial intelligence, how should young researchers use AI responsibly while preserving originality, creativity, and intellectual integrity? We all know IK is a tool, makes us work faster, easier. For some of us where English, French is a third, fourth language, it's useful. And of course, we all know that we need to use AI in terms of, have ethical and transparent use. But what do we mean by this? Be transparent when you use AI. Just tell us how you've used it. It's very useful to, for searches, for, what are the current debates around AI, looking for scholars and debates. It's very useful, summarizing texts, editing, all of those things. But what I think is important is when you start using it at your conceptual idea formation, ideation stage, you must know that when you are relying too much on AI, this is problematic, and that you should be using rather to trigger it with thoughts that come from, from you. A brief example, I want to give you a brief example of what Google AI says about this term. It's a indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili, right? It says this, a Zulu Xhosa proverb that translates to the path is asked from those who have gone before. It means that wisdom and guidance come from consulting elders and experienced people. That's the AI, Google, AI mode. If you're really, as a scholar, a critical scholar, it's in fact incorrect. That translation and that explanation is not quite the one, right? And so what I want to say when it comes to AI and when it comes particularly to IKS, you need to be extremely cautious. We know how AI works with the algorithms, etc. How people have talked about how when you look for who is the most suspicious man, it will show a black man, right? With these debates, race and racism and algorithm. So as AI scholars, you need to be triply conscious of this. You need to really be very careful in your use of it, because inbuilt that system itself are the same critiques that we have around the whole idea of, the coloniality, the power of coloniality in language, in algorithms. So you need to be careful. In fact, my provocation to you all this morning, this afternoon would be ancestral intelligent, AI, ancestral intelligent. What a powerful term, which I believe collapses time and space and actually takes us to, when you dig into that concepts of AI and what that means in terms of knowledge production, etc., I think there's a huge journey to be taken there. And then finally, I'm going to end off with the, very quickly, I think they've been mentioned, the other question was, what other, besides journals and articles in terms of outputs, what would you encourage IK fellows to also produce so that their research truly benefits community, policymakers, and future generations? The wonderful thing about AI is that it releases, with IKS, is it releases out of that. Based on indigenous pedagogies, we know that, these are dynamic, they're experiential, they are, embodied, practice-based. So it releases us from these very parochial ways of looking at what is knowledge and the modes of producing knowledge. Also, I think we don't have time, so we need to be, as we're doing what we do, we need to be doing a lot of things quite, simultaneously. We're documenting, but we're also preserving, but we're also in the communities and engaging other young people to ensure this intergenerational excitement around AI. So I think, yes, some we've mentioned, I will just add things like digital archives. I would add, I want to also stress on policies. Each and one of you can have a policy brief. This would be powerful. Digital tools, of course, are there as well. I want to also stress this non-digital aspects, actually being in communities, actually doing work that encourages some kind of a community of practice in the work that you do and leaving that imprint within communities and engaging. I think that is, I know it's tradition, but it's extremely, extremely important. What words of advice would you give? What advice would you give an AFRIAK fellow? One piece of advice at the beginning of the journey, something you wish someone had told you before. That is, IK is a matter of both the mind and the heart. It's about an integration of mind, heart, and the body, right? It's about letter and spirit. It's what some scholars call the amour intellectual. As well. So it's about, yes, about the epistemic project, it's about the intellectual, it's about the knowledge project, but it's also about each and every one of us. How does this journey that you're going to undertake also transform you as individuals? there's this alterity and distance of who we are as Africans, particularly, I'm speaking quite also of those who are at the university, right? And so how does this journey of undertaking the air allow you to be deeply reflexive of your own position, where you are, and how you engage with community, with research, etc. So I do believe, yes, it is an epistemic shift that many of you will be making, but it's also an ontological and a very embodied one. I actually believe it is at that spark, it's at that epistemic intellect, ontological wrestling that the creativity bursts open. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
I think we should give her a bigger applause. So I'd like to thank our chair and the executive secretary, as well as everyone who's made it possible for us to be here. And then congratulations to the fellows once again. I'd like you to give yourself an applause for making it here. So as much as I'd like to speak to all the things we've been asked to speak to, I'll just try to skirt around some of the things she's already spoken about, so that I won't be repeating this. Okay, so the important thing, I think, and that's where I want to begin from, is that you're here, which means that your proposals were better than the proposals of those who are not here. But my first observation was that this particular cohort were overwriting in comparison to the first cohort. It's like you had found out there was this opportunity, was true, you wanted to win it, and you wanted to show us that you know so much, and you were just writing. It was supposed to be 2 pages or so, 3 pages. The first cohort, kept to specifications, but most of you didn't. Even some members of my cohort were still even trying to write more than the recommendation. And I was saying, ordinarily, you were supposed to have done 2 pages. So, and I think that the overwriting was because you were trying to prove something, that you knew so much and you wanted us to see how much you knew. But I think we want to begin from the fact that you want to commence on an inquiry, and therefore you're not trying to force your opinion on something you haven't even started. So I hope you first of all note that. We are impressed anyway, but you don't have to overwrite. It's important for us to take note of that. So the obvious thing was that it was the concept, was the ideas that was most important. And that even as you go on, it's important for us to focus on that. As we talk of artificial intelligence, I also want us to look at anthropological intelligences, which means that even the indigenous knowledges are intelligences that already exist. Some of them have existed even before we were created. So we came into this world to find them, to discover them, to see how they work. And then we describe them as indigenous knowledges. So these are things that, we have to also keep, in mind. The difference for me between one proposal and another was that some, proposals were trying to describe, what was going to be done, where others were looking at the community within which those things would be done, and then having some kind of relationship already between the communities and the work. So I observed that, and I think it's important that you continue to keep that in mind. So the good proposals, the strong proposals describe the relationship, while the good proposals kind of spoke to the topic, and I think the stronger proposals got you here. I think a lot has been said about the language of IK. As I said, we've been here for a while, so we have an idea when you're trying to impress us by sprinkling those words. We want it to be real. We want it to be authentic, so try not to try to impress us. Just try and do the thing that we expect you to do. So I also want to emphasize the idea of not forcing your opinion
on a research. Because, you know, even some of you have already concluded on what you're going to discover. You haven't even gone to the field. You haven't related with the knowledge bearers, but you're already concluding. You're already having an idea. But I think what's important is for you to speak to your work personally, that I will go to the field, I will do the work, I will get the field trips, and then, you know, I will do the work and allow the engagements to lead me to where knowledge originates from. So it's like you're waiting for, you know, for that discovery you're about to make. And I think that's the beauty of it. Not that you've concluded that most likely it's going to be like this. And that even as you're learning, you're trying to rationalize that could it be like this? When actually what you're trying to do is, you know, engage in a finding out process. And it's what you find out that actually should be what you're presenting. So at the onset, you must disabuse your mind. You know, you just have to come with like a sponge and then try to soak up everything, then process what you're soaking up. Not that you have come full of some ideas that you're hoping would be what you would find out. I hope that also kind of, you know, resonates with you. So on the use of AI, my point is, I've had people say all sorts of things about AI. Of course, I've also, you know, I'm also planning to do the courses around AI to be more savvy and so on. But I think the most important thing is that you must not outsource your brain to AI. You know, I mean, what else? We're talking earlier today, and I think I said the biggest problem for women, unfortunately, more than 7% of us here are women, is time to think. It's actually time to think. I mean, time for everything, but most importantly, time to think. What else would you be doing on this program if you didn't plan to think? Just reflect. What else? So you can't allow AI to think for you. And because anyway, we're going to know, because all of us have access to AI, we'll run it through and then we know how much. I mean, it would even show even in your style and in your language. So you must not, even if you don't remember anything else, don't outsource your brain to AI because you're smarter than that. You know, so you can use it for everything. AI is a tool, should be used to achieve a lot of things, but not to think for you or to moderate how you think or to stop your thinking, you know, in its tracks. So it's also important for you to know that it's okay to be confused. I think actually it shows us that you're thinking. Because confusion is actually not a bad thing. It means that this microphone is on top of the lighting system and this flower is on a table. All you need to do is just to put everything where it ought to be. So don't be afraid of being confused and then want to do something that is inauthentic. It's important for you to know that it's okay. When all the information comes, all your belief systems, you know, yes, you're startled, you're scared, you're wondering, is this where it should be going? That's when you're doing the work. That's when you're thinking, when your mind is disturbed. That's the point at which the work is being done. So don't want to skip that part, that difficult part, and just want to jump to the conclusion. So use the AI tools, but you must think, and you must be the author of the judgment that you're passing. So, and another thing also is, I mean, think outside the box, or at least think outside, even if there's no box, you know. So which means you're just willing to be different. And you're ready to be different. And I think that's what we're here for. We want to see the different kinds of thoughts from across the continent, 30 countries. And I can assure you, I mean, I think the executive secretary told us in the morning that Codestria gives us the platform. We can do anything we like. We can say anything we like, as long as it's within what is happening within the African continent. And then we have proof that this is authentic. We're not faking it. So we can, I mean, so you know, you don't just want to repeat. I think I raised that question too during the assessment process, that what if a particular maybe idea or concept has been overflogged, a topic, a title has been, somebody had suggested something on climate change or, you know, health, on diabetes, on HIV, you know, on architecture and so on. The important thing is that your work has to be different. Even if 10 people are writing on the same thing, of course, you know, There are different dimensions to it. And when you think, we see those dimensions. Okay, so that's to say that you must be breaking a new ground, bringing, a fresh idea or several ideas that possibly had not been thought of in the way you're thinking of it, or, discovered in the manner in which you're trying to make your discovery. So that's one thing that I would like to leave with you, is that you shouldn't perform excellence, you should practice it. And that means that you're willing to give it what it takes. You're willing to be authentic. And I think I also want to leave you with that word. If you've never thought seriously about it, think about it. How are you authentic even with yourself? How are you conceiving what you're doing? How bold and daring can you be when you're alone by yourself and you're reflecting over what you're doing? And I think that will drive you to pay attention to details. It will drive you to read. So much has been said about materials to use. I usually tell my research team that the process of doing anything begins with thinking. So you think, and then you read, and then you think, and then you write. So people want to read and write. No, you think, you have an idea, you read around the idea, then you think about the idea before you start to write. Then you listen. The field trip, I'm sure so much will be told you about it. You just have to be there with all your being. So congratulations once again, and thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon. Habari zenu. Hamjambo. Okay. Okay. It's always not good to be the last speaker, but I think I can rise to the occasion. First of all, let me say thank you to the Codesria team for opening their house to STEMs. I think I'm one of the first STEMs here. And for some time, I thought I felt a bit ectopic. Ectopic means you are somewhere where you are not supposed to be, but Dr. Murunga told me I should feel at home. I hope that still applies. It does. Okay, I think my previous two people who are here talked a lot, so I'm not going to repeat what they have said because that's what we saw. So what would I like, what would really appeal to me? A good proposal from which is not so good. Mine was, I was looking at something which would help a community or people coming up with ideas or strategies which help the community at any time, like in crisis and all and so much. I was touched by a proposal from Sudan. There is this group of young people who came up with emergency response teams during time of war. You know, Sudan is currently, they're having some challenges with war. So these groups come with how they can have rooms where people who are hurt can come, they are triaged and helped. And this is not government driven. It was driven by the young people. So they saw a problem, they came up with innovation, and this helps them in times of crisis. So that one really appealed to me because it was humanitarian, not driven by WHO or by the government of Sudan, just people seeing what needs to be done. Like in our community, you hear of Morans going to kill lions. They don't just kill lions for the sake of killing lions. They kill the lions which have become a problem to the community. These lions come in, they slaughter the cows, they kill people, so they decide we have to hunt for these lions and kill them, not just for the sake of killing. So if you come up with the innovations or ideas which help your community, that is one way to go. Now, about the IK and what Codestia is doing or what you people are doing. We heard in the morning that you can't romanticize IK and just throw language of IK in your proposal. But at the same time, we cannot run away from the time we are living in. I think IK, some people romanticize it. Like, I remember there was a time we had what we call a herbal revolution in Kenya. Herbal toothpaste, herbal this, it is natural, so it is good. I don't know if it happened in other countries, but people are saying everything herbal or natural is good. But we need to be aware that even in this traditional way of doing things, there are quacks and charlatans. So we should be aware that they're there. What is happening? There's an echo. Okay, now, when we say there is natural healing, and when people say now we don't want to take, we are now going away from Western medicine to natural medicine or traditional medicine, we cannot run away from the fact that each has a place to play in the health of people. What I would like to see is that each part has a part to play, and how can we navigate the interface between the Western medicine and the what we call the indigenous or natural medicine. And Paul said in the beginning, why do we go to natural medicine when the Western medicine has failed? But you should also have said, when the natural medicine has failed, we go back to the hospital, isn't it? So if you say a treatment has failed for one person, it does not mean it will fail for the next person. So we should embrace innovation, advances in whether it is Western medicine or traditional medicine. I know long ago when you had your leg broken, you were on plaster or traction for several months. Do you remember? But nowadays you are just, your bone is fixed with screws and you leave the hospital in 5 days. So why would I go to be massaged for a year when I can leave the hospital in 5 days? I had recently an experience, a neighbor from the village. He's a 65-year-old man. He fell down while trying to retrieve a cow from the ditch. He broke his hip bone, the large bone of the leg, which we call the femur, and where it attaches to the hip. So he told us, kindly please give us 25,000 shillings because there is a traditional healer who will come and treat me at home. So we told him, sorry, because we are biomedicine practitioners, sorry, but I think the best treatment for you at this age is to go to hospital, be operated, your bone be fixed, and you leave the hospital before a week is over. So he had us. He went to hospital, and you know the X-ray was requested by the traditional healer. The traditional healer, that's why medicine is evolving. The traditional healer told him, go to hospital X, have that X-ray, then I'll come and treat you. And he did that. And he showed us the X-ray and actually had a broken bone. So we told him the best treatment for you is to have this fixed by operation. On 19th of July, we went to the village. We saw him walking, not with two crutches, with one. And he said, the advice you gave me was very important because you told him you would still be in bed. So let us embrace what is working and what is not working. Let us see how we can help one another on both sides. We know also that hospitals, women who deliver in hospital, they are discharged within 24 hours, but a busy hospital can even discharge you within 2 hours. Now, these women go home, they don't have support, somebody to support them through this critical period, and it is very hard for them to navigate. But the traditional systems have ways of supporting these women. They are supported by the relatives, they are supported by the traditional midwives, and they can navigate this critical period without getting what we call postpartum depression. So the traditional system mitigates against postpartum depression, which is now a big problem in the West. A lot has been said about artificial intelligence, so I just know that it can cut time short in doing the boring research, legwork, but the researcher should be the one to drive the process, not the AI leading you. You should be the driver. Yes, we saw a lot of articles, a lot of concept notes, which were mainly extractive. Many of you, many wanted journal articles to be published and all that. But what we really want to see is what can help a community. The community you are working in, your research should go back and help that community. I don't know if any of you heard of a young Maasai boy called Richard Turere. Anybody? I think Mushai has heard. This boy, Richard, at the age of 11 in 2009, came up with having solar-powered LED lights around the animal enclosures. So the lights would rotate, and this would deter the lions or other predators from coming to eat the cows. So instead of the lions now being killed because they are killing the cows, the lions were saved and the cows were saved. And this idea was actually borrowed in some countries like Namibia, Argentina, because it was a simple idea, but it was innovative and it was not harmful either to the lions or to the cows. So such ideas, going back to the community with simple solutions, are really what we would like to see in Africa. Okay? It's good to have policies, to have journal articles and all that, but have something which the community can see. Have something that the community can say, this is what was done here, we contributed to this knowledge, and it is now helping us. If there is anything I can say to any of you is that no knowledge is wasted. Whatever knowledge you make or you document or you come up with, you might not be the one to carry it forward, but you might be able to carry it forward, or somebody else can pick up from where you left, and this can continue. Many of you have want policy briefs and to have your work appear in policy. I've worked for a long time in government policy, but let me tell you, it is a hard nut to crack to get something into policy. So how do you get your work into policy? One is that you should always involve the policymakers from inception of your work, not when you are coming to disseminate. No, start from the beginning. You live today, you go to your country and you say, I'm doing this work, and if something comes which will help policy, I would like us to work together on that journey so that at the end of the day, they will be your supporters. Is that not good? Because there is a lot of work which has been done in universities, wherever, but it is never in policy because nobody involved them. They'll say, we have never heard of it. I remember nowadays we use for treatment of diarrhea, we use zinc as something to relieve or to reduce episodes of diarrhea in children below 5 years. This policy was done by WHO and UNICEF around 2004. But one of our colleagues in the university department did a research on zinc in the year 1987. And she came up with this, that zinc will reduce the episodes of diarrhea, the recurrence of diarrhea, but just imagine between 1987 and 2004, how many years is that before it ever became a policy? So we have the knowledge here, but we wait for it to come from WHO because ourselves, we did not realize we did not involve the policy holders in this. When they came to there was no dissemination of this study. So that's what I could say about my work as a panelist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to get questions now, but before we get the questions, I've been told that we had a good lunch, and usually when people have a good lunch, they're kind of heavy. So if you give me 30 seconds and stand up a little bit, we'll do some stretching and try to wake up. Is there a volunteer to lead the stretching? Or do you want me to lead? Anyone? Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so the first thing, can I get everyone's right hand up? And we're going to count together 5, 2, 1 while shaking our hand. We're going to go right, left, right, left. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Okay, nice. Okay. The music will be our counting. So let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we switch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. We're doing some balance testing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We go 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. Everybody.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have questions. We'll take a few questions. I'll take a first round of 3 to 5 questions. So I have one back there, one here. I can take 2 or 3 more. Okay, I'll go with the first 3. So you start there. You just put your microphone on and...
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Ayemi Lawani, for giving me the floor. And thanks to our panelists who examined our work. And I can imagine how hard this work will be. And I realize that they have done it and they have done it so well. And when they are speaking, it's like they are speaking to me for my the application I have done. So which means that they really go through the application one by one and they find our mistakes. Thank you so much. I don't know if you can also clap to them. It's very good to clap to them because it's not easy. Eh? We are all here today when they were talking about something like a 900 and something application. It's not easy to do. It's not an easy thing to do. Okay, I have a question to Madam from Dr. Mutseme. I don't know if I pronounce well the name. Madam Mutseme from University of Johannesburg, I think. You were talking about the references, and I find for me especially, I find it difficult to put the references in the text and put it at the part of the references in the concept note, since the concept note is just 2 pages. So for me, I find it difficult. It's a kind of exercise I've done before applying for this fellowship. What I did is that I put the references to have it for 2 pages. And what I realized that when I was reading my application, especially the concept note, I realized that I don't explain much what I'm doing. My concept note does not have meaning. So what I did at the last time is I rather removed the references, then I keep them like that for me to at least my concept note to have meaning. And I realized that you talk about that during your presentation, that we didn't put references. Then my question would be, how do you have any idea, we as our juniors in research, of course, to give us, which can allow us to have the references in the test and to make our concept note brilliant? And I will present myself. My name is Shak Abukam from Togo. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. My first question is to the first panelist. Thank you so much. You said something about language. I captured it as the politics of language, where you mentioned that some words may be, that's my own term, red flags. When you mentioned the word like integrate and how it's not exactly an innocent word. So you were essentially advocating that proposals be mindful of the use of such words because they are fundamentally patronizing. I just wanted you to throw more light on that. And then my second question is to the second panelist. You said when you advised that we do not outsource our brains to AI, something that stood out is how you said that, of course, you would always run our submissions by AI to discern authenticity. But I've also experienced that I have doubt about the ability of AI, for instance, to distinguish or discern authentic voices, because I have run an original work by AI and it said it was 100% plagiarized, whereas I had done that work even before AI was born. I mean, sorry, but yeah, so I just wanted to know, are you entirely trustful of AI in distinguishing works that are authentic? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. My name is Rutiendo again from Zimbabwe, and I have two questions, similar questions, and I think they can probably go around all three panelists, but maybe the last one for the last panelist. So the first one was on what alternative knowledges are. So I've got an idea of indigenous, but then what also was considered under alternative knowledges. And then the second one was, I think, on the example that you gave about the projects that you liked for the youth that came up with how to look after people who are displaced in a time of war. And so my question there was, what about that would be indigenous as opposed to it being like a local solution? Or yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Is it on? Thank you for the questions, everyone. So I'll just move through some of them. In terms of the reference list, it wasn't such a problem, I think, with the, your concept, because you're developing a concept. And as I said in the beginning, I'm most probably reflecting a bit on the applications, but moving forward. In terms of moving forward, how that's going to be quite important. And of course, you have the issue of also how do you refer? We're taught in mainstream academic, particularly context on how to reference. How do you reference an elder? How do there are those very interesting questions that come up when you're also doing IK work as well. And of course, in doing the referencing, remember that for me, the key issue is that infusing everything that you do with IK philosophies, principle, values, etc., and ethics. And so I find it really exciting because I think it's almost like this open, imaginative and intellectual journey that you're going on. Because when you do, there are some things that are going to be quite almost seamless and kind of aligning when you infuse the AI. Some things there's going to be a bit of a discomfort and you're going to need to negotiate those along the way. But with regards to the references, I was really speaking from now onwards of how this becomes quite important for you to do as you move forward as well. And of course, thinking through indigenous, IK, our way of being taught what is a references and what it entails is challenged and must shift as well. Language and the politics of language, so many layers to that. But just directly to responding to what you were saying, is that when you, it's this idea of critical consciousness as a scholar, right? when you are working with IKS, at some level it must change you as well. At some level, it is a re-encounter of who we are as Africans, right? This distance I was talking about that many of us has, especially in the university. There must be some kind of an embodiment that happens. And I do believe when that integration happens, something really remarkable happens. Because we don't only want to produce beautiful books, beautiful documentaries, and beautiful everything in terms of output. We want to, all of you here should, in terms of embracing that possible shift and change that will happen to you as you undergo this journey, speaking to those whose knowledges have been, bastardized and marginalized and, said all sorts of things, who are part of our own communities, who are ancestral knowledge, those of whom we draw our intellectual legacies from, and allow us to breathe and be here and be who we are, right? For us to be together here. I think that sort of encourage should shift. And so we want people who are not just, great intellectuals, great thinkers, etc., but we want people who are transformed so that our communities can truly change as well. And so I think, that's quite important. But the language, and so what that means is you need to have that critical consciousness and when you're engaging your work, everything using the IK perspective, looking through those lenses, you must look at it, anew. What is integration? What does integration mean from a decolonial perspective? When you have a knowledge system that's being sidelined, that has not been developed, funded, nurtured, and integrating that with an extremely well-developed, dominant system. What does integration and leveraging on that knowledge system mean? And so when you as a researcher, as a practitioner working with that, are you not reproducing the very values of extraction of that you are very much trying to counter in your research? So it is those reflexive, very uncomfortable questions that you need to be engaging in when we talk about some of this language. And there are a whole lot of issues around language. Language as a social institution, marginalization of indigenous languages and their use in IK. Wiredu makes something that I'm really, enjoying, this idea of when we use our African languages to theorize as well, to using our language as a conceptual base, it becomes really, really powerful. Alternative languages. I'm currently experimenting in the center in which I'm heading with an idea called township studies. I can't go into it. We can talk during passages. But township studies basically for me would be an alternative also, knowledge system where those who come from the township, perspectives from those who come from the townships and similar areas around the world, marginalized urban areas, ghettos, favelas, knowledge emerging from there counts as knowledge as well. So local knowledge, lived knowledge. So I would offer that as a form of an alternative knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to take up from where you just ended. And I want to cite an example, for instance. Usually when I teach, before I began to teach drama, when we were taught drama, we were told that the Greeks are the people to look to when you're thinking of the origin of drama and theater globally. And, at some point, I also began to think that were Africans not alive when the Greeks were alive? Did we not have our own performances? Because if you look at the Greek tradition, you find out that their drama was basically ritual. All they did was to de-ritualize the drama. Did we not have our rituals? as they did. So did they teach us something? Or was it not just that they were able to document theirs before we began to document ours in the way, in terms of orthography and so on and so forth? So when I began to teach drama, I would never teach drama from the Greek tradition. I won't teach from the European tradition. I teach from the African tradition, because everything you look at everywhere else, whether it's the nativity plays, Shakespearean tradition, we had it. Nobody came here to teach us how to dance. No one came here to teach us how to perform. Once you have a ritual, there must be drama that is inclusive. So the performance of the ritual is the drama. So I don't have to give it up to any Greek or any European or anybody, when I want to describe what I am doing within my own tradition. So I think I just want to add that to, whatever it is that we're looking at in terms of, it's also about being authentic, being able to say, we had this from the beginning of time. Then in terms of just responding to your question on the ability of AI to be authentic, because that's what you're saying. I also did a lot of work before AI, even before the internet. I remember when I was a master's student, we were writing in our notes that at some point the world will become a global village, because there'll be something called internet, there will be Euro. I was in school back in the day and writing those details down. So there's something that we all know that we do. We check for plagiarism, even when there was no AI. And there were, systems with which you could check if a work had been plagiarized. That has always delivered. If a work is plagiarized, it underlines it, it shows you the percentages and all of that. And then we now upgraded to check the percentage of AI use. So I ran 2 of my projects that are done in the 1990s, late 90s, and I saw that it had 0. I was really very impressed. I ran an entire project and it was zero AI. So I wouldn't know the kind of maybe tool that you're checking with, but I doubt if you use, more, relevant tools, that the work that was original to you will be credited to AI. I doubt if that will happen. So I still think that we can tell. And then apart from the fact that when something just reads off, there's also a way that AI patronizes the West, and I hope that what we're doing here, I think for me, the most pleasing part of knowing about this project from the onset is that we're going to populate the world with knowledges, with African knowledges. And that was why I started with anthropological intelligence. So we have all those things. I've done a bit of work on Japanese studies, and what I found most painful when I was comparing Nigeria with Japan was that we would act as if we didn't have what Japan is celebrating, but we've got it. When they describe their clothing, they describe the details, the beads and everything. We would just say, oh, this piece of cloth. Whereas they are celebrating that this thing came from the moon. Meanwhile, it's the same thing. So I hope that that's what we're going to be able to achieve by celebrating what we have, in the best way, using the best languages that are original to us. And then we can begin to design, redesign, co-create, as this project has suggested. Thank you.
Okay, about people who are displaced because of war or whatever challenges they are facing. What can we have local solutions for? Because in Africa, we have what we call the spirit of Ubuntu or Utu. You are because I am because you are. And when Kenya had the problem in 2009, we had many people who were internally displaced from their homes. And sometimes the person who displaced you was the neighbor who has been coming to borrow salt from your house or sugar from your house. But all of a sudden, because of politics, is now your enemy. So how can these people come up with solutions to help themselves? They should go back to when we were neighbors, we were not enemies. How can we go back to being neighbors and not enemies. And this is usually the people come together as stakeholders and work out solutions for their conflicts. Africa has ways of resolving conflicts like the Rwanda genocide. Before the ICTR could finish the cases, the Rwandese themselves had their courts and they finished the cases and they forgave each other. So come together, say, this is how we want to solve our problem. We are neighbors, and this is how we want to solve our problem. Sometimes the refugees are your people. I know that when Tanzania decided that Maasai Mara or Serengeti, they should displace the Maasais there. The Maasais crossed to Kenya, and because the border is an artificial border for the community. So when they came across the border, it is still their people they found who have the same values and they were welcome. So Africa has a way of solving its own problems. We don't need the West. Just come as people and say, this is how we want to move forward. I had a question before we went for lunch. Can I answer that now? Somebody asked, why is it that in Africa we can't integrate whatever we call traditional medicine with Western medicine like the Chinese have done? Every country has their context and policies. So you cannot, a director of medical services cannot just wake up and write, today we are integrating traditional medicine with Western medicine. Because it is like comparing apples with potatoes. So the director of medical services knows how the medicines he's regulating works. He did not go to the school of traditional medicine to know how the herbs work. So he cannot say, I'm going to do this. So who is best qualified? Like in Western medicine, there are laws and regulations and institutions and policies. Who is best qualified to regulate traditional medicine? It is the practitioners themselves, because they are the ones who know the qualifications. When I was in UKZN, my Ashri told us that what they did in South Africa is that they provided a platform and they asked the traditional medicine practitioners, you are in this room, decide who is qualified in this field. Come up with the CVs which are needed. Come up with the regulations. If it is a midwife, if it is a traditional healer, if it is a sangoma, come up with the rules and regulations for that. And then you can regulate yourselves, because a doctor might not be able to know what a sangoma to regulate him. And they came up with institutions, they come up with laws and regulations. So what I could say is that let us not reinvent the wheel. If South Africa could be able to do it, why don't you look at their laws, how they did it, and put it to your policymakers? Because even WHO realizes that over 40 to 90% of Africans rely on traditional medicine, and that it is an area which has not been funded. It only receives about 1% of the research funding. So we need to fund it more so that it is considered safe, the patients are safe, the medicines are safe, that you don't have quacks or people who say this medicine works before you know whether it works. So those steps must be taken. So don't think it is something simple for a minister or director of medical services to wake up one day and do that. We have to put the laws and regulations in place. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a little bit of time to take one or two more questions. I think I have one. Okay, I'll take, why there are more questions now? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 30 seconds each. Okay, please don't make long comment. Go right to the point so we can move on. Please, you start. Yes, please.
Moi, j'ai pas de questions. J'ai un complément. Je voulais juste ajouter à ce que mes collègues ont dit. Ça m'est arrivé durant mes ateliers méthodologiques en tant que boursière, moi aussi. Il nous a été recommandé que dans la recherche, il faut oser. Il faut oser. Oser est un acte de courage, c'est-à-dire oser dire que on est contre les certitudes, oser dire que on ne connaît pas, on ne sait pas ça, parce que c'est un point de départ pour commencer la recherche. Oser reconnaître aussi son échec, c'est pas un tort quand on faillit à nos hypothèses. Pourquoi? Parce que ceci nous aide au raisonnement, à la relance et il constitue un acte de courage intellectuel. Aussi, ce que je voulais aussi dire par rapport à ce que Madame avait avancé en dernier, la troisième intervenante, concernant les savoirs endogènes et comment, c'est-à-dire, on les reconnaît que lorsqu'ils sont officialisés par les institutions. Mais je crois aussi qu'il y a un autre problème qui rentre en jeu, c'est le fait que de l'image qu'on a de nos connaissances ou de notre savoir autochtone, c'est-à-dire on nous a renvoyé une image négative de nos savoirs, une image folklorique, et ce qui fait que certains ont honte de dire que nous aussi, on a un savoir-faire dans ce domaine, on a un savoir agir dans ce domaine, c'est-à-dire il faut casser c'est-à-dire il faut aller au-delà de ce regard méprisant des connaissances autochtones pour pouvoir c'est-à-dire les laisser émerger et cohabiter avec d'autres savoirs pour avoir une grille de lecture de la réalité globale. Je vous remercie.
My question is to the first panelist again. Please, you said something about forms of justice. Could you throw more light on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the final panelist mentioned something about including policymakers from the beginning, from the inception of our work. So I just wanted to ask, are there practical ways we can involve these policymakers from the beginning? Because sometimes they seem so far-fetched from our work or from where we are coming from. So what practical ways can we involve them? Thank you.
Merci pour la parole donnée. Quand nous élaborions notre conceptuel, nous avons fait face à la rareté de matériaux théoriques locaux produits par des Africains pour appréhender l'objet d'étude de notre travail. Comment est-ce qu'on fait pour avoir des références et des théories produites par des Africains pour pouvoir appréhender les réalités locales que nous voulons appréhender dans le cadre de notre travail?
Ma question a été déjà prise en compte par celle-ci.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but I'm just trying to talk on the lady who was talking about integration. And doctor has given an example from South Africa. Ghana too, we have already done the integration, and we have almost 50 of our health centers or hospitals that we have traditional medicine practitioners who are dispensing herbal medicines. And so if we want a story or a practice to learn from, I think that others can also learn from the Ghanaian story, where we've done that, and we have an act and a council that is regulating that practice. Thank you.
So you can go to Ghana. So I have one there and then that one. So you go first.
It works. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask how far back can we decolonize, and does it lead to discarding colonial methods completely or integrating the two? And what are the positive reinforcements of integration? How can you actually find out exactly if you're not repeating what colonial justice has done in the past?
Thank you.
Merci. Il ne s'agit pas de questions, mais c'est un commentaire qui va peut-être permettre aussi de répondre à certaines questions. C'est vrai, ce qu'il aurait fallu peut-être faire pour répondre à votre question sur comment on accède à de la connaissance, etc., c'est peut-être faire circuler des lectures, parce qu'il y a quand même pas mal, et que ce ne soit pas que de la lecture anglophone. Ça aussi, c'est un autre souci, parce que malheureusement, les francophones ne lisent pas les anglophones et les anglophones ne lisent pas les francophones. Donc, je pense qu'il est important que l'on puisse faire circuler, et je pense que dans nos prochaines séances, il serait bien que l'on puisse aussi, à chaque fois, faire, en tout cas, présenter des références. Ce que je veux dire par là, c'est qu'au-delà de cette question, il y a pour moi la nécessité quand même d'entrer dans cette perspective décoloniale qui nous permettrait de sortir de la hiérarchie des savoirs. Parce que même quand on oppose médecine traditionnelle et médecine moderne, je ne sais pas trop de quoi on parle. J'ai un petit souci avec ces questions de tradition, parce que quand même toutes les communautés ont une manière de penser des états de santé, de nommer des maladies et de donner des réponses thérapeutiques. Ce qui pose problème, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes face à un monopole de la médecine occidentale scientifique de manière générale, ou du savoir scientifique sur les autres formes de savoir. Donc, une hégémonie du savoir scientifique, quel qu'il soit, dans tous les domaines, et c'est ça qui pose problème. Maintenant, l'idée, ce n'est pas tant de se dire qu'est-ce qu'on oppose à quoi, mais peut-être réfléchir aux critères de validité scientifique qui permettraient que nos productions puissent être reconnues de la même manière à juste valeur. C'était juste un petit... J'aurais pu continuer, je peux continuer un peu. Amy me regarde d'un œil où je dois m'arrêter, mais j'ai encore des choses à dire. Merci.
Okay, thank you. I'll give about 3 minutes to each panelist to answer questions and make your last comments. Thank you.
Okay, you asked that about engaging policymakers, that sometimes they seem far-fetched. They are not. I remember when I was in the ministry, my former teachers from the university came and asked me, how come the ministry is not using our studies to change policy? So I said, what you need to do is come to the ministry and ask, what are the priorities for the Ministry of Health in these 5 years? What are the priorities the ministry is facing these 5 years? And what studies do you want the university, master students, PhD students to undertake to answer these questions? So don't be in the ivory tower and do something for yourself. Go and ask, what are the priorities these people we want you to answer? Two, when you go back to your country with your paper, you go back to your local policy holders or national policy holders, show them your research proposal and say, this is what I am doing. And depending on what comes out, we think this will help the policy to move in this way. So let them read your paper, critique it, and give you guidance on how this will come to work to your country in the when you finish. So you start at the beginning. Just go and give your paper to your local policy holder, the national, and then they will know that XYZ is doing work in this area. And we are really excited to see what comes out of this work. So what I can say is that you are at the crossroads for Africa. And this is where Africa will launch to be a powerhouse in knowledge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll just speak to some of the ideas that struck me as the questions were being asked. Someone spoke about imagery and how these images or the images that are being portrayed are negative. And what occurred to me is to emphasize the fact that I think we all know that there's always conspiracy. You know, for instance, there's always conspiracy between the food industry and the drug industry. So the food industry produces the bad food, then the drug industry makes money from the patients who have fallen ill because they've eaten the bad food, and then they have more money. And of course, they don't want us to know. You know, us, I'm referring to the consumers. So I think that conspiracy is something that we all should be conscious of, you know. So even as you're doing your research, you're making your inquiries, you have that at the back of your mind, and you should not be discouraged. It's always been like that. And those who profit from a system would never give room for a system that will cut their profits to see the light of day. So then, speaking of which, whether what we're doing appears to be getting traction or not, this is already a circle of influence that has been built. The platforms are already here. We're 30 nations. So I want you to just imagine the number of people that know that you're here. Even as you're taking the selfies and posting it, people are curious. They're going to be asking you, what did you go and do? What are you doing that, I mean, when did you become so serious? And then what is it that's about you that we are now, I mean, so you're special now. Everybody's going to be curious. And then you now have the platform, they're going to call you, and then this is the time to speak up. Put it on your social media pages, put it everywhere. When you have an opportunity to speak, you're talking about what you're doing. And that's it. So, I mean, you're the biggest circle of influence that Africa is, you know, building, and thanks to Codestria. You will eventually become the policymakers. And eventually, it's important that you have the knowledge and you have the skill, you have the wherewithal, you have the authenticity, you have everything. So that once the mistake or an error that they give you a platform, you're exploding. Then it's good to involve the policymakers, as I've said, but in a situation where that has not been, you know, put into action, I think now it's the time to make the inquiries, to think about those things, to prepare, you know, the patents and all that. Even if everybody thinks that what you're thinking of, it does not make any sense, as long as it makes sense and we're documenting, the right time when those interventions are required, you're just going to be pulling it out of your, you know, folders and so on. And that's why I'm happy that we're not just looking at publishing papers. There's so many outlets that has been proposed, and I think that's why we're here, to look at these and look at how it's going to work and how fast it can work. Then we're going to be developing taxonomies. You know, it's not just about finding out, you know, discovering a problem, but finding out how to, you know, how to create solutions to specific kinds of problems, or when you discover something, what's the best way to, you know, to engage, to interrogate, to disseminate, you know, to create, to co-create, to give back. You know, all those things are, you know, are really important. And it's at this point in the history of Africa that we're doing this.
you know, and all that Africa has in terms of indigenous knowledges, traditional ways of doing things have always been good and has always worked. So it's not as if we need to, we're trying something new, or, you know, because I recall that the last General Assembly was on pandemics in Africa. And we found out in most of the panels that I attended that a lot of people assumed that Africa was going to be wiped away. Why wasn't Africa wiped away? Because the indigenous knowledges were put to use. People drank more agbo. That's what we call it in Nigeria. We drank more herbs. People did things that ordinarily they wouldn't have done because they were desperate and because there was a new threat to humanity. And nobody was waiting for another person because it happened to all of us at the same time. And of course, Africans did not die the way they assumed that we're all going to die. So talking about Ghana, that's also excellent, the regulatory bodies. It's important for us to know that we need to learn from across. I recall that there was a time, I think it was Brian Kaguru that was speaking, and he said, why is it so difficult for us to travel across Africa? Because they want us to be far away from each other. I came from Nigeria. We first flew to Lome, from Lome to this place. When Cotonou is just down the road, technically. So if there was something happening here, I would have to go round and round and round when I could just have come straight. You know, so it's important for us to learn from across, and 30 nations gathered together, we have so much to learn from each other. So, and then asking about how far back we can decolonize, as far possible. And there's something called syncretism. So there's something called Oshedudu in Nigeria. Oshedudu is a black soap where they use ashes and all kinds of things to make soap. Okay? But even now, you have charcoal toothpaste. All that came from Africa. All of that came from here. So even they are being syncretic. They're combining the knowledges. They come here, they learn how to make shea butter. And before you know it, you see shea butter with aloe vera, they package it and send it to us. So it's, I mean, as far back as possible, that's how far we're taking the decolonization. And we're not going to say what they have to offer is not good. It's good, but we now, you know, adopt a syncretic approach. And I said, you know, the last thing I put here is that we do not need to be validated. We just start somewhere. We validate, I mean, Codestra is saying, that you are here. This room is open. It's not as if we're saying, do you fit into the room? Are you on the table? No, we're here. And we can do it. And that's why we need to be as authentic as possible. Don't be afraid to be confused. You are really ready to take the world by a storm.
Thank you. I actually want to pick up on the question of courage with your work and what you were saying about the circle that is right here as well. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, right in the circle, there are so many Elon Musk, right? Why do I use Elon Musk? Because if you think about this, you know, all of these huge projects, $1 trillion projects of going to the moon, etc., and we link it to science, quantum physics, and all of this. This is our lived reality as Africans. This is our lived reality. When I made the reference to ancestral knowledge, and I talked about how ancestral knowledge, you know, there's this notion of a collapse of time and space, right? That's a quantum physics. Those of you who can explain it better. I'm a social scientist. That is in our lived reality, right? In terms of how knowledge is produced, particularly by our knowledge keepers, who will say when they are communicating with the ancestral, right? And I met someone in the diaspora, who themselves are a healer from Jamaica, but trained in the Congo, as well as then she wrote something. She had written a book. Her name is Jackie Alexander. And she wrote, didn't I be saying the journey from Chicago to South Africa is a journey without distance. Meaning at any time, if you use the concept of ancestral time, Jackie was saying I can be there in seconds, ancestrally, the connection. So these are things that we already have. And so these big projects that are out there, a lot of it is knowledge that has actually, you know, is already living, is already everyday knowledge for us, is already the knowledge that is with our IK keepers. This dynamic revolutionary knowledge. And that speaks back to the question you were asking me of forms of knowledges. A term that I've learned from Gogo Tswana, who's a traditional healer. She talks about this idea of ancestral justice. So she runs, in fact, a center called the Center for Ancestral Justice, which is really about this idea of also, in fact, all of you, what you're engaging in is some form of ancestral justice, because you are dipping on ancestral knowledge, knowledges of those who have gone, knowledges of those whose knowledges was not, recognized and valued in a sense. So, this idea, I think, of the ancestral through indigenous knowledge is a very powerful one. And then there are other kinds of things that I think it also triggers for me, and that is forms of writing. So when you're writing from an indigenous knowledge perspective and you're really grounded in it, it's foundational, it's seeping through, it's smelling, it's, you touch your work that you feel it, right? You're going to also be formed, you'll see the way you actually write will be different. There'll be a different texture to it as well, because of some of the things, the concept you'll be having to interrogate and include in your work. You're going to be forced into a different mode of writing. And so from all of you, I think that's another exciting thing I'm really looking forward to. We're going to see different modes of writing that come from the different fellows. And of course, the different forms of knowledge, the embodied knowledge, the blood, knowledge is in our blood, all of these different forms of knowledge as well, dance, and etc. And finally, I just wanted to also just mention the politics of citation. And the question I have is, as you develop your project, what ancestral, what legacy, what intellectual legacy are you drawing from? Prof. Godwin in the morning spoke about, Professor Utonji from Benin. What intellectual? So this is also a very important thing, I think, for you to be very conscious and be very aware of the politics of citation and not do business as usual. It is indeed, I do, this project I do believe is a revolutionary project, and we will be seeing some amazing, I think, results from what Codestra has planted. And I just want to personally wish each and every one of you really all the very best with your projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one question about the references, and I was going to ask the person, if you listen to the intervention since the morning, you already have many references. Just listen to Dr. Murunga's intervention in the morning. You had about 10 references, on IK, on decolonizing knowledge and many other topics you can use. You asked Paul Aoudi about his intervention and the references he used. So by the end of this workshop, I'm pretty sure you have, a library of references. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to the panelists. Please. So we will just go straight to the last, before we close the day. There was a small, is Basiru around? Yes, we need the PowerPoints. We are going to take about 10, 15 minutes to explain to you the group work. Session in week 2, and we would like to talk about it today before we leave so that you have the whole week and the weekend to start working in groups on your presentations. So I will just make a quick short presentation on the group work. So it's an assignment for the presentations, and it's for you to collaborate in groups, review each other's concept notes, and prepare a shared plenary presentation that you make in front of everyone. Why we want you to work in group is to foster collaboration, enhance research quality, so the quality of your concept notes, identify synergies between you, okay? So you can talk to each other, see what you are, the other person is working on. Promote also policy impact and build a community of practice, because the end game or the end product we want is an association of alumni working around indigenous knowledge. So you'll be in groups of 10 people. So 10 persons, 10 fellows per group. I think that's a small enough group for you to have good discussions, but also large enough for to have different perspectives. The groups are organized by topic, language, gender, and geographic diversity to make sure that we mix people up. And every group, in every group we have mixed different countries, disciplines, and backgrounds. So at the end of these sessions, you can talk to Bertha at the end of the session. You already know, I think we already shared with you your group. Normally is the same group with your mentors. So the group you are in to work with your mentor is the same group you keep here, okay? But if you want more clarity, she will give you more clarity, but I think more or less, you know your group. So the deadline is, we would like to have the work by day 5. So I'll tell you what the work is about. The first task we are expecting from you is a peer review. It means that you share, so within your group, each one will take the concept note of another fellow from the group, okay? You go through the concept notes, you read the concept notes of the other fellow, you find common topics, policy actions, and plenary prep. I'm going step by step on each one of the tasks. So for the first task, you review the concept notes of another group member, study the conceptual approach and the methodology. Okay, does it integrate IK theories? In case you don't have time to take notes, we share at the end, we share a paper with you explaining all this. So does it integrate IK theories? Are questions grounded in indigenous perspectives? You also look at the structure of the concept of your fellow member concept notes, the methodology, and so you have a meaningful engagement with your the fellow members of your group. Okay, you look at the feasibility of the person's concept notes. Is it something that's achievable in a 7-month period? So at the end of this first task, what we ask you to do is within your group, okay, when you have group meetings, you fix a time when each member will have about 3 minutes to present, okay, on the other person's concept notes. So you talk about the strengths, areas of improvement, how does it align with IK, And all those, so you talk around these criteria that I just gave you. You study the concept notes and talk about these criteria and give your feedback to the other member. Task 2 is then, once you have done that, it is for you to identify common topics within the group. So if I work on something, another person is working on something else, can we find common grounds, common topics we are working on? So as a group, you discuss the different concept notes and you try to find common or shared themes. It can be around agriculture, health, climate, gender equity, whatever you have in your group. So it might be just one topic or it might be more than one common topic. And then you try to see how you can collaborate within the group. So it might also be having a joint research to publish something, okay? Either a policy brief, an article. It can also be a shared fieldwork, community engagement with IK keepers. Or it can also be a cross-regional or, interdisciplinary approach. Maybe you are looking at the same thing, but in different countries, or you are looking at the same thing, but from different disciplines. So it's for you to see how you can collaborate on what you are doing. And then the third task is to propose policy actions. So you develop strategies to translate your group collective research into something policy relevant, okay? So how the group's research can influence policy or practice in the areas where you are working in. So you propose at least 1 or 2 specific policy actions. So it might be a recommendation for policymakers, a community-based intervention, advocacy campaign. It's for you to see what you can do, okay, within the community. Don't forget that for each group, we want you to give priority to youth, to young people, and also to women. The task number 4 is to prepare a plenary presentation, okay? You prepare a 15-minute presentation. During week 2, you come here, we give you 15 minutes to present all you have done to the audience or to your fellows in the room. So what we want in the presentation is an overview of the group composition. So you present the members of the groups, fellows, their discipline, their countries, the key findings from the peer reviews, what you have found, reading each other's concept notes, the common topics and themes, and the areas of collaboration and policy actions. So during these presentations, all 10 people might not be able to present, so you just choose 1, 2, 3, as many people as you want to present, and other people can, play other roles in the presentations. So you have 15-minute presentation and 30-minute question and answers from the assistants for your group. So the timeline from today till Sunday, August 9, it will be prep time. You read each other's concept notes in the evenings, on Sunday, whenever you want. What we want is by August 10, so next Monday at 6 p.m. to have all the PowerPoints, if you are having a PowerPoint. It might be other kind of, ways for you to present, okay? But please share it with us because we don't want people to start presenting and others to start improving their work, okay? We want everything in and then we can start the presentations. So by Monday, August 10, you send this to us by email. You already know the email, AFRIAK email. And then the presentations will happen on Tuesday and Wednesday, okay? August 6 and 7. How will you come here to present? It's a secret. We'll tell you on Monday. But be prepared to, to be called. You might be first, you might be last, you might be in the middle, you don't know. Okay? So we'll tell you on Monday how we'll work it out. And if you need your mentors to give you a hand, please, they are here for, to help you. And you can also, if you need some information from Codesria staff, please do not hesitate. So the deliverable is the internal group presentation that I talked about and the plenary presentation. The evaluation criteria, clarity and relevance, policy impact, engagement. And you'll be evaluated by your mentors, other resource persons, and your peers. Thank you. I'm taking maybe one or two clarification questions if you have any. Unless it's all clear for everyone. Yes, please.
How are the groups formed? Are they the groups that we're already aware of, the ones that we already have mentors assigned to? Thank you.
In case you didn't see my head, yes. So the groups are the one you are already aware of. Yes, go ahead.
Ma question, c'est de savoir, et pour ceux qui ont travaillé en groupe de 3 ou 4, ils ont les mêmes sujets et qui sont ensemble dans un même groupe. Avec les notes conceptuelles des autres groupes, est-ce qu'on va le faire individuellement ou bien j'aimerais avoir plus d'explications à ce niveau?
Okay, yes, that's a good question. It's for you to find within the group how you want to organize yourself, okay? If you are, for example, if you are 3 persons working on the same concept note, it means that you can decide to each take a different concept note and just give your feedback. It's within the group, okay? Or you can decide that all 3 persons will work on the same concept note from, other group members. But it's for you to decide how you want to organize, as long as each person in the group, has something to say or says something. I don't know if I'm clear enough. When you come here in plenary, we will not know how you organize yourself within your group. All we will see is what you have to present to the audience. Okay, so as long as everyone in the group does the work, it's, I'm fine with it. Yes, back in the back.
Oui, rebonjour, rebonsoir. Alors, la question que je voulais poser, c'est, étant donné que les groupes, nous sommes divisés en 2, par exemple, chez nous, la plupart sont à Nobila. Est-ce qu'on travaille via le téléphone ou des dispositions pourraient être prises pour qu'on puisse se rencontrer? Je ne sais pas si c'est le problème des autres groupes.
OK, je pense que c'est vraiment à vous de vous organiser. OK, vous pouvez décider que à la fin de la journée, vous allez peut-être passer 5-10 minutes ici à faire quelque chose avant de partir. Vous pouvez aussi décider de vous rencontrer par Zoom, par Telegram, WhatsApp, tout ce que vous voulez. OK, vous pouvez faire des réunions par WhatsApp. L'essentiel, c'est que vous avez la connexion Internet. Et une fois que vous êtes chez vous, vous pouvez vous décider que, OK, à 18 h, on va se rencontrer à travers une rencontre en ligne pour pouvoir faire cela. Moi, je vous fais confiance que vous allez trouver une solution. C'est bon? S'il n'y a plus de questions, do you have any other questions? No more questions? All good. Okay, that's awesome. So here we are at the end of day 1. We did it, right? Can we just say so there's tea break. When we get out, you have tea break that you can take if you want, before you leave. Then since we finished a little bit late today, we are not going to ask the speakers of the day to wait. Tomorrow, at the end of the day, they can wait with the speakers of the day tomorrow to meet, whoever want to engage them. So tomorrow we'll start with the lecture. Ajami sources with Falun Gong will be with us tomorrow morning. So thank you again for all your attention, your engagement, your participation. It was a good first day, and have a nice rest. Be safe and see you. See you tomorrow. But before you leave, everything is set up by the pool for our group photo that we didn't take before. So now we can take it. I promise you everything is there. Please don't take too long to get there so that we can finish with it before we come back for the tea break. Okay, so let's meet downstairs. And don't forget to leave your headsets on the table. Don't leave with the headsets. Thank you very much.
Nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique, même si c'est le ciel tombé, luttons pour la paix. Siamo Africa, Onlaia. Maneggiamo Africa, io sogno nata anche. Africa. Ici ou ailleurs, la paix vit du bonheur. Même si le ciel pleuvait, luttons pour nos frères. Contiamo Africa, Onlaia. Maneggiamo Africa, io sogno nata anche.
Yo ala atu jam to Rwanda. Yo ala atu jam to Burti. Yo ala atu jam to Tanzania. Tahu pinjana.